I just realized I was to a camera or a microphone that was muted. I apologize for that. We're just about to get started now.
Yes, sir.
Bear with us a moment.
I'm a global nurse. Began in critical care 38 years ago I worked in critical care for 20 years. And then we'll talk more about my specific
If the audio level is
experience,
as
but
high as it'll go, please
I
bear
have
with us on
worked
that.
in broad areas in the nursing profession over that 38 years. I have broad and deep knowledge of the nursing process and standards of care.
Are you a registered nurse?
Yes,
You're licensed to practice nurse?
yes.
Let's talk about your education. Where did you go to nursing school? Give us a brief outline of that.
I went to nursing school in Richmond, Virginia, and I worked to a diploma hospital-based program
Okay.
and graduated in 1987.
You did practicing nursing in 87?
Yes, sir. I took my boards in 1987 and I started my first job in Richmond, Virginia in an intensive care unit. When I was in nursing school, I found that was the most exciting place. I loved ICU from the minute I set foot in there. So my first job was in ICU in an 8-bed unit.
Okay. And where did you go from Richmond? Let's give the jury a sketch of your background.
So when I worked in Richmond, I worked in a little 8-bed ICU that was a global surgical and medical. I had clinical knowledge, the clinical education that I did at the bedside as well as classroom. So it was a new graduate program, and it was very in depth, and I had a lot of mother hens. I was a young nurse, and I had a lot of great nurses who were helping me, and they were very invested in me. It was a really great experience. And so when I was finished with that, I was in my 20s and I wanted to be a traveler. I wanted to travel around. So I left the ICU there and I went to an intensive care unit in Vermont at the University of Vermont Medical Center. And that was a 16-bed intensive care unit. And that was there was a lot of different things going on there. They had medical, surgical, but it was trauma based. And so I worked there as a traveler throughout that assignment. And then I left there and I went to Holy Cross Hospital as another travel assignment, and that was in Maryland. And that job was a cardiac intensive care unit, and we didn't have surgical backup, meaning that if the patient got really, really sick and needed to have a heart surgery, we didn't have a a surgical person to do that. So a lot of these patients would come into critical care unit and we would manage them on medications, and sometimes they were unstable for hours if not days, and we titrated medications over that period of time when they were there. And I learned a lot at that time. I was a young nurse and I learned a lot about titrating medication and paying attention to the assessments and all of the indicators. We had arterial lines and we had things called Swan-Ganz catheters, which they don't use those as much anymore, but so that was a really, really good experience titrating medications.
So briefly, how does a CCU or cardiac care unit differ from ICU?
Well,
Significant difference for purposes of
it would be specific. So, there's several different kinds of ICUs, and this was a specific to cardiac. So if you had a heart attack, you'd come into that unit. If you had trauma, you would go to a surgical trauma unit, generally. So then I left that job and I wanted to go to Hawaii, and I thought this will be fun. And so I went to Hawaii and I worked in there, and there we did a lot of kidney transplants. And also we did heart transplants. and I was what's called second nurse on heart transplants, but the kidney transplants were my primary patients there, and that was a great experience too. I was still a young nurse and learned was great. And so while I was there, I had an opportunity to work in the recovery room. And so I went over and took that opportunity. I always say to young nurses, if they give you an opportunity to do something new, because then you can learn. And so I did, and I went and worked in the recovery room in that hospital. And I did that until I left. And then I left and came to California. And the reason I went to California is I wanted to work at UC Davis Medical Center, because that was the number one. And the reason I went to California is I wanted to work at UC Davis Medical Center, because that was the number one blunt force trauma hospital on the West Coast at the time, and that means accidents, car accidents, blast injuries. We were also specific to head and neck surgeries, but that was a lot of trauma. However, that hospital had 9 intensive care units. We had a neurosurgical intensive care unit, burn unit, CCU, surgical specialties units, pediatric intensive care, medical ICU. I worked a lot in the medical ICU. That's specific to ventilators. Most everybody in the medical ICU is on a ventilator. Has that kind of problem. Like even someone that had surgery might end up in the medical ICU because they are not as much of a surgical patient anymore. So now you put them in the medical unit. So I worked there in that job. I worked in a critical care recovery room. And a lot of hospitals, when you come out of the operating room as an ICU patient, you go directly back to the ICU from the ORs. But this was a critical care recovery room. So we recovered the patients for a couple of hours before they went back to the intensive care unit. So I worked in that job for a couple of years. Yes, sir. No. Yes, I think that those big university hospitals tended to have a lot of ICUs, but it was one of the reasons I wanted to go there, because I knew I was going to really get a broad amount of experience. Yes, sir.
So do you have residents that are rotating through?
Yes, sir. We have professors, fellows, residents, all the way down to medical students, interns and medical students.
You mentioned fellows. What is that?
Excuse me. So if you're a doctor and you have decided to do a surgical residency, so that's the one up. That's after medical school, you do your surgical residency. And then from your surgical residency, if you want to be a pediatric surgeon, then you would do a fellowship in pediatric surgery. And so you go and you get another year there just doing pediatrics. And you've already done a ton of surgeries. You're learning how to do them on kids. And so fellows are just under the professor. You know, they're bigwigs. Yeah.
You had an opportunity to work with all of those physicians.
Extensively, and also teach. I was able to teach the medical students because they would come in scared to death in the morning, and we were able to help them, which was fun, you know.
Where did you go following your stint at Davis?
So after the recovery room job, I went into the surgical float pool, and I was in that job for a good couple, 3 years.
I'm not sure we established how long were you in?
9 years total. Yeah. And so I went into the surgical float pool, and that was, they would send the nurses to the intensive care units that needed help. And that might be one night, or that might be 3 days, depending upon what they needed. And then I would go and take an assignment in those units. And that was, I would go to all of them. I worked in the burn unit. That was a really interesting experience. And I did that quite a bit. I worked in pediatrics. It's a little bit, but they scared me. Those little babies scared me, so I didn't really like them as much. But those nurses were always very helpful. So I worked in that job for quite a while, 3 years, and then I took a really exciting job. It was called a crisis nurse position. And that job was, I wore a pager, and if there was any kind of stat call in the hospital, throughout the hospital, there was 9 intensive care units, but there were also corresponding step-down units, regular nursing floors. So if there was a respiratory therapy stat call or a EKG stat call, then I would just go to the room. And quite often I would start to do things that needed to be done immediately. And sometimes I'd get to the room and the patient would be so sick that I would initiate a code and then actually manage that until the physician arrived, which didn't take long in that environment. Docs were very accessible. And I did a lot of critical transport on that job. So that was a couple, 3 years in the crisis nurse position. And during that time is when I received the Nursing Excellence Award. That was a feather in my cap, and I was very honored and humbled that they saw me as such an asset that they would give me that award. That was really sweet.
Okay. And then what did you do after that?
I left UC Davis and I went to, I tried some different things because that was a really intense job, that crisis nurse job. And so I thought, I'm gonna try something different. I was getting to be almost 40 and I wanted to see, something different. So I went to work at a nursing home as what's called an MDS coordinator. And that's basically work for Medicare. And it was okay. I liked it, but it was really highly clerical. And there was a lot of time in an office sitting at a desk, and I didn't really enjoy that very much. So it was a good experience, and it was definitely something that I used later in my career as far as the knowledge. But I left that job, and then I went to work in a surgical registry in Sacramento. And at that time, I would go to different ICUs throughout the entire town. So Sacramento has multiple hospital systems. And I worked in every hospital system in Sacramento, in their intensive care units and or in their recovery rooms. And I did that for a little while. And then I decided that Kaiser Permanente was an organization in Sacramento that was well known for having it was a really good hospital system. So I said, I'll go work there. So I went to work in the recovery there. And that was just a regular recovery room. We did have patients sometimes that were unstable because recovery rooms are critical care areas. So I worked at Kaiser. And then I left Kaiser, moved to Arizona, where I worked in an 8-bed intensive care unit at Yavapai Regional Medical Center. And also I moved in their hospital system. They asked me to move to their other hospital and be a nursing supervisor for a 40-bed little hospital that they out in their valley. And so I worked as a supervisor there. And then well, the supervisor is one of the people that nurses will elevate issues to. The supervisor is looking at the whole house. He or she is managing staffing, managing moving people around, managing crises, taking calls, calling in doctors if necessary, fielding questions, dealing with conflict and complaint. And they report off to each other in shift. Also, a day shift supervisor will report off to a night shift supervisor. So then I moved to South Lake Tahoe, California, and I went to work in a little 48-bed skilled nursing facility as a supervisor and charge nurse in that unit. And that was a shift in the intensity of my experience, but because people weren't unstable. However, they were it was nursing. It was so solid nursing, you know. You're taking care of people who are in a nursing home. So I was looking at things much more, diving deeper into falls, restraints, skin, and then also the social services piece, because you have that are living in the nursing home, and then their family members are coming in every day to bring them the paper before they go to work. And so you have all these people that are part of the family unit. And so that was a really important job to me. I had a great team, and I had a great medical director and director of nurses. I enjoyed that job very much. Thank you so much.
That job.
That was from December of 2008 until October of 2019. Right. And so in October of in the spring of 19, I decided I wanted to move to Florida. I was gonna turn 60 soon, so I was like, I want to be on the beach. So I decided to move to Florida. So I knew that if I went to Florida, I may not be able to get a job in a nursing home as quickly, or one that I really liked, you know, really investigating a lot. So I went back to the recovery room for a little while, and for a year, and went back into the recovery room. It was like riding a bike, and worked in the recovery room for a year, and then I moved to Florida. And when I got to Florida, I went to work in a recovery room in a hospital system there, and that was an intensive recovery room. Yeah, my father was in an area about 3 hours from the beach, and I did spend some time with him. Right. I was at Health First Hospital System, and they have 5 different hospitals in the area, and I worked in all of those hospitals, in their recovery rooms, mostly in one called Holmes, which was they did 90 surgeries a day. That was a really very busy, very, very busy, and some of those patients were pretty sick because it was so. A lot of times we would, you know, do critical care in that recovery room. And then, so in August of 2021, there were increased admissions COVID, and that was during the surge in August of 2021. And so they stopped non-emergent surgeries. And so what ends up happening under those circumstances is nurses get furloughed, because you go from 90 surgeries down to, you know, quite a few less, right? And so they asked us if we would redeploy, if we would be willing to redeploy to other areas. And I said, sure, I'll go to the intensive care unit, because that was my background and I felt comfortable doing it. So in August of 2021, I was redeployed to Cape Canaveral Hospital in Florida, and that was a 12-bed intensive care unit, all COVID patients. I got a call from a gal that I knew briefly. I didn't know her well. It wasn't a call, it was a text. And she said, would you be interested in being a nursing expert? And I had never done anything like that before. So I said, sure, let me look into it, you know. And she told me who it was. She gave my number to Mr. Schara, and he called me. And he told me about the case. He told me what had happened with Grace. And he said, would you be willing to talk to the lawyers? I said, sure. And so
Granted.
Right. Right. I reviewed the medical record. It was 1,137 pages. No, no, that was it. That was enough. Yes, sir. Yes. Because I received the depositions and I was able to review the testimony of the people that were Mr. Schara and Ms. Laura and Jessica and the nurses and the physicians.
Well, let's give the jury some background. Let's start with what is it that nurses
Okay, so nurses, huh? So nurses primarily, first and foremost, are the advocate for the patient. We are the eyes and the ears for anyone really who's going to be having access to the patient. If you come into a hospital and you want to find out what's going on with the patient, you're going to go to the nurse. So that's the very first thing we do is we advocate. However, if you wanted like a definition, it would be a health profession that we promote health. We want you to stay healthy. We want to prevent illness, okay, by education and other means. And then we want to help you recover if you get sick or injured. So that's nursing as a definition. And then specifically what we do and how we do it is it's something called the nursing process, and we learn it in nursing school. And I'm going to say these words, and then I'm going to explain them. So assess, plan, implement, evaluate. And so the assessment is collection of data. So you collect that data by lots of means. You might do it by a physical examination, with the meds. You can do it by looking at the any kind of studies. And then you're assessing the patient and you're assessing the family role as well, because, you know, if you are in the hospital, you want your family members to be involved in that process, or whoever your advocate is. So we assess all the patient and then we collect the data, and it's continuous. You're always collecting data. And at that point, then you develop something called a nursing diagnosis. And I think we're going to talk a little bit more about that in a few. The nursing diagnosis is kind of an issue. It's like, what is the issue that you've decided on? Like, what is, in all of this assessment, what did you decide that is the biggest problem, or some of the biggest problems? And once you decide that, then you make a care plan. And a care plan has the problem and then what you want. What's the expected outcome? So for instance, let's say you have a broken leg. And the problem identify is that if you can't get out of bed because you have a broken leg, then you're at high risk for having your skin break down because you're not moving. And so that would be, the problem would be a potential for you to have skin breakdown. Well, under that, we put all of the things that we're going to do point by point by point. And that would be make sure you move and make sure that you are turned regularly, make sure that somebody's looking at your skin regularly, making sure that you have good nutrition and that you have good protein stores, because you want to make sure that you have good nutrition so that you can make sure your skin stays strong and intact, right? And so that's implementation. And then the next one is evaluation. And so what you do is you go and you look at their skin. And if you see that their skin is starting to break down, you got to change the care plan, because now we're moving into an actual problem. If not, you keep going with what you're doing. And the thing about the care plan is how we communicate, because we don't have a hive mind, right? We can't communicate with each other by some other means besides having something written down. So shift to shift to shift, people can, know what the primary problems that have been identified. And sometimes problems are identified on one shift, but the other shift might not have them because they didn't know that that happened. So you make the care plan. The other thing that nurses do is we coordinate. We coordinate a lot of things. We are pretty much the go-to for everything. And then last but not least is helping family members and patients cope and educating them and making sure that they understand their disease process, what's happening, what's gonna happen. One of the things I like to say to my patients is, I might not know the whole plan today, but I know the plan of the plan. You're gonna have a CT scan today. I don't know when it's gonna be, but I'm gonna tell you, and I'll be in touch. I'll make sure that I come back and I check in with you. So that's one of the things that we do, is we're in this constant state of communication with our patients so that they can know what's happening. So that's the nursing care. That's nursing. Yes, sir. And actually, in the last few years, they have added, it used to be formula, assess, plan, implement, evaluate. And just in the last few years, they've slipped in assess, diagnose, implement, evaluate. Assess, diagnose, plan, implement, evaluate. So they added the diagnosis, because you establish a nursing diagnosis or assessment to drive your care plan. I hope that makes sense. Yes. Yes.
Criteria.
I'm not sure I understand the question. The criteria for, as far as like what nurses do, I'm not sure that I understand the question. The criteria for the nursing diagnosis? Okay, so there's 13 different domains. They call them domains. It's a terrible word. It would be an issue. You could say it's a criteria or category. Okay, so there's 13 different categories in the nursing diagnosis, and we're going to put I think that they have a table. There it is. Awesome. This me? Sure. So this classification of nursing diagnosis, and these are the CIs of that domain. I would call that category. So you have these different ones: health promotion, nutrition, elimination, exchange activity,
Yes, if you would, please.
So the two sections, role relationship, typically with family relationship, and even the coping stress, it would be coping.
Okay. So-called domain are the 13 categories that you described, right? That we're sort of focused in on those two, role relationship and coping stress tolerance. Would these 13 domains be under the heading of classification of nursing diagnosis? What we're trying to do? Okay. And based upon your review of this case, with the medical records, including deposition testimony, you would focus in on these two that we highlighted. Is that fair? Is there anything else about that document like describe? Okay. Right. Right. Okay. So if you feel a need to have us pull that document back up, classification of nursing diagnosis, just let us know and we can go back to that part that okay. And why is it that you focus on role relationship and coping stress tolerance?
Well, I identified several breaches in those two categories, as far as the family roles and also as far as family coping during the hospitalization. Okay. Right.
So, for instance, that there is an issue in this case relative to a DNR, correct? Have you had experience with DNRs?
Yes, sir.
Experience level is with respect to the DNR.
Objection, Your Honor. This, I believe, is a violation of one of the motions in limine in terms of a new opinion, I believe. Might I request a sidebar?
The objection is overruled, so I'm going to allow questioning on that. And members of the jury, just so you're aware, as I mentioned, I think we've had numerous pretrial decisions that I had to make. I believe there are over 100 of them. And part of that ruling involved that experts can only come in and provide testimony or opinions about opinions that they had given in the past, during the discovery of this trial. And it's clear that this witness has given opinions about the DNR issues in this case in the past, and she's going to be allowed to do that today. In addition, if there was new testimony that happened last week, which there was, this witness will be able to offer opinions about that new testimony because it's new testimony, and so it can be a new opinion about it. Those were the two decisions that I just indicated during the sidebar. So the objection is overruled. Go ahead, Mr.
Correct.
And if you could describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your experience, how does the DNR discussion, is there a DNR discussion so involved in those discussions?
Okay. Because nurses are so intimately involved with the patients, sometimes conversations between the nurses and the patient would be the first discussion of a DNR. It might necessarily come out like DNR, but maybe you're starting to, in your relationship with the family, you're starting to recognize, and even with the patient, sometimes a patient might decide that they want to be a DNR. They might start articulating, vocalizing, wanting to, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want anybody to give me CPR. And so the first conversations might actually happen between the nurse and the patient. Obviously, at that point, that would be something that we would go to the doctor, we start having a conversation with the doctor about that. Then the doctor would be having that conversation with the family and with the patient. And so in my experience, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of patients with DNRs, especially when I was in that trauma center, and it was the end of line for a lot of people with these big procedures. And also when I worked in the long-term care facility, we had a lot of conversations about DNRs. But once the decision is made that the patient's a DNR, if you've never had a conversation with somebody about a DNR, let's say you're the new nurse coming on and you just found out your patient has a DNR, you would want to talk to the family about it and say, hey, how are you feeling about this? I understand you're a DNR. I understand that you don't want anything done. If something happens, your heart stops. Do you not want us to, you would continue the conversation that the doctor started, because one of our main roles is education. And so that's within our purview to talk to people and help them understand. And if you were not sure that the patient understood, you go back to the doctor and you say, hey, I need you to come back in, please, and reiterate or answer any questions that the patient might have. But you definitely are talking about the mechanics of it, but you're also talking about the heaviness of it. I mean, it's a big deal when somebody decides that they're not gonna, pursue life-sustaining treatment. So you would want to say, hey, do you want your here? How do you want this to look? Do you want to be made comfortable? Do you want things, do you want to have, like the people at the bedside, for instance, you might say, how do you feel about being with somebody who's dying? You can have those really frank conversations, and people appreciate that because here we are, we're gonna have these conversations. So, you might really get it all the way down to, do you want to be in the room when this happens? When the patient dies, and you talk to the family, to the patient, do you want with you when you pass? Do you want music on? Do you want, how do you want this to happen? So it's definitely conversations that we have with patients regularly.
In your experience, what is the procedure that is employed relative to the hospital
To order, well, typically, is a physical piece of paper on the chart that says that the patient's a DNR, and then typically then we would. So let's say I have a patient, they've been made a DNR. I find that out in the course of my shift. I would then identify that patient as a DNR in some capacity. Well, in a couple of capacities. Sometimes in hospitals, they have little, like a little heart or something that they put outside the door that says that they're a DN, kind of everybody knows, but nobody, it's like a patient privacy thing, but it tells anybody that comes into the room that the patient's a DNR. And then there's armbanding. So we armband the patient for that as well. As if they have a wrist, it's on the wrist. Sometimes we've put it in some pretty interesting places, but yes, put it on the wrist. In my experience, it's purple. Yep. Yes. So POST is the acronym for Physician Order for Life-Sustaining Treatment. They vary from, well, some states have POSTs. Wisconsin has a different, it's POST. It's similar, and it designates what's going to happen. It has to be signed by a doctor, and it'll be specific. It's very specific. It's got like 3 sections, and it'll say either you don't CPR, but you do want medications. You don't want a ventilator, but you will take CPR. So there's different categories, and then there's subcategories as well. But they started using those some years ago so that there would be a standardized across the board, so that if you go from state to state, you could bring your POST with you, and everybody would know specifics. I didn't.
Objection, Your Honor. I believe these are new opinions on this particular issue.
Okay, overruled, and your answer was no?
Yes, sir.
And in your experience,
well, if specific to the DNR, it's the patient or the patient's guardian, family member, whoever's making the decision, and the doctor. Yes, they're the 2 signatures. However, if the person is not available to sign the document, then you would get a consent over the phone for the DNR, and then usually it's a nurse that listens in. The doctor's talking to the patient's family, and then the nurse would listen, And then the doctor would identify, I have, a nurse on the call, and,
Okay,
sorry.
come on up. If the objection is overruled and members of the jury just nurse is here to offer opinions in her capacity as what was just said to all of you. She's a nursing expert. She's been qualified as a nursing expert. She's rendering opinions about the nurses, not the doctors, correct, Mr. Administrator?
That's correct.
All right, and I think that's clear to you. And Attorney Guzzi, you just want to make sure she's not offering opinions about Dr. Schara. And I found that the questions haven't been about Dr. Schara, and Mr. Administrator, you assured us that they're not going to be.
That's correct.
Okay, so the objection's overruled. You can go ahead and answer, but we'll have the question asked again.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on. Clean up questions. I can ask. Can you read back the last question, please?
If it's going to be over the telephone, otherwise it would be between the physician and the person that's making the decision on paper.
I said we have a couple of issues on. Leave that out. And I'm going to hand you two exhibits. They're marked 60 and 61.
Yes,
Oh,
it's a social media post. It's also a social media post. In depth. The Mr. Frankowiak.
social media post.
So the photo is some signs that me and my friends were taking to Sacramento Capitol it was in April, late April, after the 2020. It was right after the 14 days to slow the spread when they had done the lockdowns. And so that they were pictures, that's a picture of the posters that we were taking to Sacramento because we were asking the government to open and to stop the lockdown so that we could all get back to work.
This time,
In South Lake Tahoe, California. It's a ski town and it is primarily dependent on tourism.
so did the lockdowns impact?
Yes. I had friends who were restaurateurs, and all the way from the person who owned the restaurant all the way down to the busboy, people weren't working because it was locked down and people were really worried about paying their bills and being able to put food on the table. And I was working in the hospital and we weren't having a lot of patients. As a matter of fact, a lot of nurses were furloughed. I was working in the recovery room, so I was working a little bit because of the, we were doing elective surgeries or non-elective surgeries. So, but we were super busy. And so I knew that we could probably open up and we needed to get back to work. And people were pretty stressed out about not being able to work. They couldn't pay their bills. So I felt like it was something to go and talk to the people in the Capitol about. And I carried a sign that said, please don't feed the fears. And that was one of those ones that kind of played on Tahoe because we have bears up there. So please don't feed the fears. And also work is essential. And it was a hashtag reopen California because they needed to get back to work.
Hey, you could refer to exhibit 61, which explain to ladies and gentlemen this very what that exhibit portrays.
So that was from August of 2024, which was just last year. And a lot of people had colds and they were testing themselves for COVID and they were having positives. And I thought that this was just a funny on the internet. It was very dilute and people were not in big trouble with COVID anymore. This was 4 years after the fact. I saw COVID in all of its ugliness. And so when I had people that had colds and sniffles and then they would go and get tested, it was just kind of, it was a bit of sarcasm.
Is that your language? Just stop it
Yeah. Nurses can have kind of like sarcastic senses of humor. And I was just saying, okay, let's all just calm down. It's gonna be okay. It's a cold. Yes.
I, yeah. Describe her opinions. So reasonable degree of nursing.
Yes.
So, rep, like, first breach of what you consider acceptable standards of nursing practice. Take this
Sure. Okay, are you ready? Yep. Sorry, I didn't.
So,
So when Grace was in the emergency room, she came into the emergency room on October 6th and was in the emergency room for several hours, 10 hours. When she got to the nursing floor, it was about 1 o'clock in the morning. So that was October 7th. And so she got to the floor, and typically what happens is the nurses come in and do their initial assessments and vital signs and discussion with the family, getting a history, and then doing a physical exam, checking her skin, and then education. So it can take a while for those things. It takes an hour and a half, 2 hours for those things. And so I would have guessed if she came in at 1, they probably got settled in, and the nurse closed the door to go. I mean, it was the nighttime, so at that point, he closed the door and put everybody to sleep. At 3:46, they came in to do vital signs. And the first note in the medical record from the nurses beyond the very first note, which is the assessment, patient admitted to this room, and, that kind of thing. The next note was from RN Christensen that said, father upset because we came in to do Q4-hour vital signs. Now, the biggest thing that says to me is, if I'm in that position, is, okay, this is on it. He's involved, and he wants to be involved, and he's gonna be asking questions. And so I'm immediately alerted to him being a primary person. We have Grace, who has Down syndrome, so you can look at the two together and recognize you have a Down syndrome patient, now you have her father. And so now you have him saying, I don't like this. This is bothering me, okay? That point right there, you have role relationship, and you have possibly coping and stress. Because it might be that he's advocating for her. He said in deposition that he wanted her to be able to sleep. And so he's saying, wait a minute. Well, at that point, you're right, you've got your first problem. Issue, category, role relationship. You've got your first category. That is the father is there, and he is a principal person. And we need to make sure that we're taking care of him, and we are also communicating to the next shift and all shifts beyond, because I've got information out at 1 o'clock in the morning. So this is new information. Nobody has this. Up to this point, there's not any documentation of Mr. Schara having any kind of interactions with the staff. So this is something we need to look into, and we need to write it down. So we need to create a care plan about role relationship. I don't know that I would go so far as to call it coping and stress. It's a possibility, but I'm going to give them a pass because we don't know yet whether or not there's any kind of problems, but role relationship for sure. Give the father a pass. It's the middle of the night. We're exhausted. Everyone, I'm sure Grace was tired. I'm sure that Mr. Schara was tired. So you just say, okay, he's probably upset and tired and scared and concerned for his daughter. So, you don't jump onto him. What you immediately do is recognize him as his huge role in all of this. So at that point, they would have made a care plan. That would have been the first thing you do is make a care plan after your assessment, right? Remember, we go assess, diagnose, right? So that would have been one of the care plans immediately. Okay. Pretty sure this is the care. Yes. So this is the care plan that they identified. You can see at 0032, BC was Christensen. She created a care plan after the self-care deficit. Went back to in that problem. Grace certainly had a self-care deficit. She was not able to turn herself, feed herself, well, to that by herself. She had a self-care deficit. It was appropriate. So an appropriate care plan was appropriate for diagnosis. It was related to hospitalization here, and then the outcome was supposed to be and then the outcome stable, she's free from infection, these are all injuries. I determined for that kind of I feel like at that point, and then based on the things that I saw in the medical record subsequent to that, is that I saw kind of a global cultural dismissal of Mr. Schara. I think it's very odd that he was not included, considering her developmental delay and his presence, and his also making it obvious verbally that he was going to be included. He was going to make his needs known and make her needs known.
Okay. That takes us, I suspect, to your opinion relative to the second breach, having to do with ignoring family-centered care planning, leading to communication breakdown, ultimately preventing timely resuscitation efforts. Is that correct?
Correct. I think that based on the evaluation of the record and the depositions that this was a persistent attitude of dismissal and he was marginalized as far as I see, because he wasn't mentioned in any capacity as a helpful way, except with the next breach. We can talk a little bit about that, but just that I saw over the course of the hospitalization that his role, as we talk about in nursing diagnosis, his role was dismissed or diminished. And sometimes it felt like he was almost invisible.
Your Honor, decide, please, with regard to a motion in limine.
Fifteen minutes short of your morning break, but what we're going to do right now is just take a break. This will be a morning break. I'm not sure if that fits in with all the schedules, but let the bailiff know that, because we can always do another one, in a little bit. So let the bailiffs know right away if you want this to be like a 5-minute break, so we can just get through this issue and then we'll get you back, or if you'd rather just take a 15 or 20-minute break, and then we'll do whatever you choose. And we'll get you back in here with whatever your choice is. The jurors are excused.
Oh, sure. It's going to be a few minutes. But we can't get to the courtroom right now. A few minutes. So, once, depending on how long the jury's going to be out, you're more than welcome to stand in the hall and wait. Until the judge and the judge's input. Right. So, I mean, like I said, you're more
Maybe
more
see
than happy-
this is the hearing outside the presence of the
more than
jury.
happy to stand outside the room, but I can escort you.
A couple of things.
If you want to. Use well.
First off,
Okay.
just a housekeeping. I mentioned last week that when things are thrown up on the screen like this, are we going to have these marked as an exhibit? Well, I just don't you think that I see heads going both ways, but is there? Because, for example, when this screen changes, we're going to, which is what the subject of the objection was, we're not going to be able to say for sure what it was that was up there that the jurors saw. So I'm comfortable when stuff is being thrown on the screen and we don't have it marked as an exhibit.
Sure.
So let's get that done. That's just a side note, and I just think that's good for housekeeping, okay?
Your Honor,
I don't want to argue about it yet.
screens yet, and that's part of the problem. I didn't see that, so I didn't know what they were going to put it out there.
Okay, so when things are thrown up on the screen, I think it's best practice for all of us to give the other side notice of what you're going to put up on the screen, and it just shouldn't be thrown up there. If I notice, I would think the day before, or at least show it to them before you push the screen to be on. Yeah, I don't have a problem if it's the second before, just like you guys do with exhibits. But just so we're not throwing slides up there. Okay, so that's going to be the rule. I don't know what their choice is going to be, so I want to speed this along, but I want to give it the time that it needs. They're going to come back with an answer, right? So far, 52, 53, 60, and 61 have been discussed. Any objection to those being received?
Your Honor.
Right. We had two sidebars. The first sidebar had to do with the DNR question and opinions, and the second question had to do with the question that led to the sidebar had to do with typically witnesses. Typically, there is a witness to a DNR conversation over the phone. I think I explained those to the jury both. Does anybody want to add anything to the sidebar from the plaintiff, Mr. Administrator?
Not on behalf of the plaintiff, Judge.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Your Honor, I guess there were portions of conversation that went into things that did not necessarily involve the hospital, for example, documents to be signed or the post document or something. That was never integrated. It had nothing to do with nursing, and she never said it had to do with nursing. I would also say that there was a limit that precluded testimony from experts about their own practice as opposed to the standard of care. And some of these questions are getting into, well, in my experience, that we do as opposed to what the standard of care requires. Those are improper and in violation of that motion in limine as well. And I think some of that testimony with regard to the post document, things like that, are getting into that territory.
Anything, Mr. Guzzi, on the sidebars? Okay. We did discuss the post document during the sidebar. I didn't bring that up to the jurors after because I thought everybody was in agreement. Mr. Guzzi, you said you were bothered by it, but you were going to take it on cross-examination. You made a comment to the effect that it's not the patient's document. And I said, like, I have no idea if it's a patient's document or not, but if you want to cross-examine her, that's great. So I didn't think there was any issue in the post discussion. Okay. Yeah, that you were going to cross-examine her. Yeah, and I think that's. Okay. So with respect to those two sidebars, both objections were overruled. I thought they were fair and appropriate questions, not in violation of any of the motions in limine. I also think we had this discussion about a new opinion that was offered during our first sidebar. The two of you talked about, whether, I think Attorney Frankowiak, you were saying that they failed to discover. I think plaintiff, you were arguing that they hid it in discovery. And my decision, I'm not going to rule on if something was hid or failed to be disclosed, but if Nurse McGinnis testified to something new last week, which apparently everybody agrees she did with respect to the bracelet, and by new, I mean new to the case. It doesn't mean that she's fabricating it or making it up. It just hadn't been known by the plaintiffs. Then I think it's appropriate for this nurse to provide her thoughts about that if she had any. I think we talked about that. I didn't want to say that in front of the jury, though. Okay, we have an answer from the jury. I guess they're still trying to decide. And so the third sidebar is the one that we're taking a break on. And before we get to that, I just have another note. Mr. Administrator, you asked me to qualify a nurse expert. I didn't think we were doing that in front of the jury, but defense, you didn't object to it at all. So I thought our rule before trial was that I wasn't to vouch or say anything about expert. I thought you guys both asked me to do that.
Yeah, I apologize, Judge. I had forgotten that we had established that prior. It just was a natural examination, aspect of my examination. But I apologize.
That's all right. I don't think it matters, but anything that you want to say.
Sure.
That was, we didn't do it with Dr. Burdine.
Right.
So just because we did it with one, do it with the next 6, or do we just want to do it with all 8? So here's the thing, so you guys agreed ahead of time that that was going to be the case. It seems like Mr. Administrator made a mistake this morning. Defense didn't object. Had you objected, I would have not qualified her. I would have said, members of the jury determine if she's an expert, based upon your stipulation, but I don't know if that just opens the door, so.
And I guess I assume based on.
Okay, so this is gonna be their one break this morning, they said.
I guess I just operated on the assumption. And lack of challenges from our standpoint to Judge, I'm fine if you want to give a curative instruction to the jury that says, we have determined prior to trial that all of these experts that will come before you are in fact qualified to a reasonable degree of that.
Okay, good.
That's fine.
Okay, and are you, I know you don't want to disclose your hand, but you're going to call, is that, and are you still, because I hate to say 8, but if I just say there's 8 that they've agreed to, or, and then you guys only call, less than that. So.
I would just say.
Okay, so then that leaves us with the third sidebar issue. That's the slide that's up. I'm just going to, or actually, it's a different slide.
Right.
So there was a slide up on the screen. That slide says second breach of nursing standards. October 7, ignoring family-centered care planning, leading to communication breakdowns, ultimately preventing timely resuscitation efforts. First off, with 2 N's. Okay. I said that during the sidebar. Nobody answered me. I thought maybe my spelling is getting worse. So, okay. So instead of rehashing what we argued in the sidebar, just go ahead and record.
Yes, for the record, the testimony thus far, in fact, I was not shown these, so I would like to see all of these little slides that are about before they go up. I have a problem with the second part of this, not the October 7th, ignoring family-centered care planning. The next part, leading to communication breakdown, ultimately preventing timely resuscitation efforts, is problematic because that's a direct violation of my motion limiting number 1. I specifically reference page 6 of my brief in support of motion limiting number 1, where I quote specific pieces of testimony where this witness said, a registered nurse like Eichinger would not be capable of the question of whether attempts at resuscitation in the absence of intubation would have been successful in resuscitating Grace on October 13, 2021. Another point, as a registered nurse, Eichinger is not capable of saying CPR administered to Grace at any time in the absence of concurrent intubation would have been successful in resuscitating Grace or otherwise preserving her life. Bullet point, Eichinger is not qualified to opine on the opinion or the question of whether resuscitation of Grace Schara attempted in the absence of intubation on October 13, 2021 would have been successful. All of these arguments are accompanied by citations to the record, to the deposition. She admitted she was not capable of doing that. This slide says exactly the opposite, that she's going to give an opinion that ignoring family care centered care planning led to a communication breakdown that ultimately prevented timely resuscitation efforts, but she cannot say that. And that's not a new thing. It's not a nursing opinion. It has nothing to do with the DNR bracelet. That is a medical opinion. You have to have a medical opinion to be able to say whether or not timely resuscitation in the absence of intubation would have been possible. And that is not something that this witness admittedly can testify to. I have a concern about that. I have a concern about this slide being up there. If it suggests that she can indeed testify that the alleged breach, ignoring family-centered care planning, led to the prevention of timely resuscitation efforts, because she cannot say that. And I would object to any attempt to put that opinion in, and I would object to the showing of this slide if it says that. I have no problem with the slide if it just said October 7th, ignoring family-centered care planning. That was in her report. That second part is concerning to me because it is directly contrary to motion limiting number.
And so I'm just going to respond to that. I don't agree with you. The word efforts puts into context that sentence. So it says ultimately preventing timely resuscitation efforts, meaning that the hospital, doctors, nurses, whoever it would be, would make an effort to resuscitate. Nothing about whether it would be successful or that she would survive. Not what it says. And I think what this nurse has testified to so far is based upon her observation of the records, there was a minimizing or isolating, and I don't exactly, I didn't write down the word, but right off the bat, there was kind of a minimization of Mr. Schara, even though they should have known that he had the involvement as an advocate for Grace. And I think she said, and that developed throughout that week, and it's in the records that you can see they just kind of isolated it or minimized it, and they should have been doing something different. Then when this slide goes up there, I think what she's about to say is that communication breakdown and the way that the hospital did not communicate with Mr. Schara led to some of the friction or the dysfunction that existed during that last health call. And I think the word efforts is important because it's just saying they didn't make an effort based upon this breakdown, and it would have been successful. So, Mr. Guzzi, anything you want to add to that sidebar or to that objection? Anything from the plaintiffs on that objection? Okay, so the objection will be overruled. I will allow you to show that slide, and during this break, I'd like you to show any other slides that you plan on using, and then we should get those marked as exhibits too.
Judge, I apologize, there's several of us working in different areas, and I thought last night that those were sent over to Franco Eck. Apparently there was a miscommunication among our team members, but we intend to do that, and we don't have a problem.
So you didn't say Mr. Mendenhall was in church with you guys, so had he joined you guys in church, you'd have maybe been on the same basis, right? So I'm not going to inquire as to why he wasn't there, but we'll start at 9:45. You may step down 9:45 on this one. We're adjourned. Go ahead, Mr. Frankowiak.
Your Honor, thank you. I was just provided copies of these. Apparently there's going to be about 12 different slides that talk about 13 slides, 13 breaches of the standard of care. I have an issue with several of them. The fourth one is going to say fourth breach of the nursing standards, October 7 failure to advise Scott that Grace overdosed with Precedex prevented him from making informed decisions as for POA. There's two issues. Number one, I believe that is a new opinion that was never expressed by her in her report. I think it also violates the fact that nurses don't have informed consent duty. I believe the need to get informed consent, or the requirement to get informed consent from a physician, or that's exactly what that goes to. It's informed consent. She is going to be placing apparently an informed consent duty upon a nurse to be able to discuss medications. It's the wrong place for that duty. So I think there's two things. It's new, and it also is an improper informed consent opinion. I would also say the last two slides, which are the 12th and the 13th. The 12th one says October 3rd. McInnes did not alert Jessica or Scott of steady deterioration in clinical status resulting in loss of ability to intervene early and direct resuscitative efforts. I believe that is a brand new opinion. It also, I think, kind of also drifts into the territory of informed consent as well, but it clearly is a new opinion. I don't see that anywhere in her report. Finally, the 13th breach, the 13th slide, is October 13th, Jess in hallway screaming that she's not DNR to a large group of nurses. Nurse McInnes should call Dr. Carr stat. Again, there's no opinions expressed by this nurse in the past about the reaction of any nurses to this incident in the hallway or to a request for resuscitation. There was no opinions in that at all about anybody. And that's not, it's not a new issue. It hasn't come up either. So again, 12 and 13, I think are both brand new opinions. And I would ask that those slides not be shown and those opinions not be placed on the record as new opinions.
On slide 13, the last part of that was Nurse McInnes read from there on.
Yes, it says Nurse McInnes should call Dr. Shokar is the last step, like immediately, right away.
Okay, but Nurse McInnes wasn't there at the time, right?
That was your testimony, yes.
I have a question on that, so.
We could change that to nursing staff. The lead.
Other than that, I'm okay with everything. So the objection is noted, but sort of overruled. But when you said Nurse McInnes, I was thinking to myself, the only testimony we have is nobody has identified that she was there. She said she wasn't, and unless Jessica is going to say that she is, and I don't know if she's going to say that, but then her name shouldn't be in there. I think it's misleading.
Oh, but I just so I understand, Your Honor, those are new opinions. They are nowhere in her transcript or in her.
I think they're within the realm of all the other opinions that she provided. I agree with Mr. Gucci. I know you're going to argue that they're going to link it to she's given medical opinions. I don't think it is. It's about communication, the failure to communicate, that the nurses didn't communicate, and that's good. I mean, that's part of all of her other opinions. If you look at her second opinion that we talked about in the pretrial, failure to help the family deal with the stress of hospitalization. Third opinion is removing Mr. Schara from the hospital without a plan to replace him as Grace's advocate. So if you don't have a replacement plan and that leads to all these other things breaking down, I think that's within her overall opinion. And then number 4 was failure to communicate with Mr. Schara and his family before acknowledging the DNR order. It's consistent with some of the things that you just argued. So I don't have any problem with any of what you just objected to other than the reference to Nurse McInnes, and it seems like, has that been changed? You can bring the jury down. Anything else before we bring them in? Okay.
See what you think.
Judge, I've been told that I'm not being heard. Do we have another portable mic?
I was asking. Should take it or if they should take that.
Yeah, and then turn it on, and you, maybe you'll see how it works. Turn it on.
Be seated.
Yes.
Members of the jury, welcome back. And it took you a little bit of time, but I was told that you wanted that longer break. So I think what our plan is going to be right now is try to go from now until, lunchtime at 11:30. And if anybody needs a break before that, or it's getting too long, because again, I try to appreciate that 90-minute window, just let the bailiff know. And it's not a problem if we need to take another break. So, Mr. Administrator, you were in the direct examination of this witness, and you can continue.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Okay, good.
Hear you.
Okay.
But he has it turned on. Now you just need it higher than your belly button. Get it close to your mouth. So if you move the microphone closer up. Here. Now try it, Mr. Administrator.
1, 2, 3, test.
It's working because we can hear that.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, much better.
Oh, technology, yeah.
I've been giving Mr. Guzzi trouble all last week because I thought he'd be able to turn it on, but maybe it's just he didn't have it up close to his tie like you did, Mr. Administrator. So, Mr. Guzzi, you now know how it works. Okay, so. All right, so, Mr. Administrator.
Thank you, Judge.
Unless you want to take care of it.
So before that recess, Ms. Eichinger, we were talking about the second breach of nursing standards, and we have that slide up on the screen.
Correct.
Have you explained to the jury everything that they need to know relative to what you identified as a second breach of nursing standards?
Yes, yes. I feel like I'm done with that. Yeah.
Great. And it's my understanding that you, additional opinion relative to a third breach of nursing standards, and we now have a slide up, which we will be marking later on, but the jury can clearly see that. Can you see what we have listed on the screen?
Right.
Okay, can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what on October 7th, failure to recognize Scott's role-related needs in a nursing care plan or to communicate his concerns effectively with an interdisciplinary team meeting? Perhaps for purposes of clarity, we should define an interdisciplinary team meeting. I know you've used an acronym in the past. So if you can describe to ladies and gentlemen what you mean by interdisciplinary team meeting.
Okay. IDT, interdisciplinary team. We have medicine is a discipline, nursing is a discipline, social service is a discipline, nutrition is a discipline, physical therapy is a discipline. When you put them together in a group, you have a meeting, interdisciplinary meeting. It's a team, and it can be pulled together in order to discuss specific situations and to get multiple opinions.
Okay. And how is it that you formed or reached that opinion?
So the third breach was happened with the next nurse that came on her name was Berghardt. She spent quite a bit of time with Scott and Grace in the room, assessing the immediate, in her assessment, she identified that he was helpful and that she could see that he loved her very much. She actually said that in her deposition, but she also said in her deposition that she had been warned that he was angry, and that was in her deposition. So at that point, that would have been a spot, especially since that's two different pieces of information, right? You say, someone comes to me and says, oh, it's difficult, or I need to warn you, he's angry, and I get in the room and find out, he's doing okay. I mean, he loves her and he's helpful and he's giving me information. So triggers me to say, we've got communication problems and we need to do something about that. And so at that point, interdisciplinary team meetings don't have to have everybody from every discipline. It can be something really quick. It can be the nurses. It can be a social services person. Sometimes you might get the nursing supervisor involved if you need a third party. So you can pull that together, because now here you are, you're identifying that there's some conflict. There's something going on. So I think at that point it was some more evidence that this needed to be addressed. I think it's further evidence that there was a communication breakdown. The communication breakdown continued all the way until there was a miscommunication about the DNR.
Okay. I'd like to move on now to what?
Fourth, you're gonna the fifth.
Oh, fourth?
We didn't get to the fourth.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Sometimes I need you to keep it.
So the fourth breach was when Nurse Haynes had a Precedex. She had an adverse reaction, and I'm sorry, Grace had an adverse reaction, and at that point, it would have been it is within the standard of care and appropriate to notify the family that there was an adverse reaction at that point. That breach specifically would have alerted Scott about this medication. And that was a principal piece of his knowledge of what was happening globally with Grace as far as her medications. And he would have, considering the kind of advocate he was, I would have expected he would have wanted to know from that point forward if there was going to be, this medication was going to be given again. So certainly it's important for the future, but it's important right now. When things are happening right now, we want to tell the patient's family, and he's right there. He's not far away. You don't have to call him and tell him right now. So that was a breach in that manner.
Now let's move on to the fifth breach you've identified.
So breach was specific to Scott was asking some questions about arterial blood gases and considering taking Grace home on BiPAP. And he was talking to the nurses, her name was Middleton, and he was asking her questions about care. And again, it was important enough for her to document that he was asking questions. So it was important enough for her to develop a care plan and address the fact that he was asking and was involved in helping drive care, because he's the advocate.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 54. Have you seen that document before? And could you identify it for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Sir, that's the nurse's note from the 8th of October, and it's midnight to 12:09, but it was recorded at 12:09, but Middleton's saying it happened at 12 midnight. And do you want me to continue? Okay.
Read that notation for me.
Patient father bedside, father asking RN hospital statistics, nationwide statistics on COVID medications and outcomes. RN redirected father to gear all medication questions to MD. During prayers, RN gave update to father on patient status. Father needed much education on patient status. BiPAP settings increased. Patient needed Precedex to help keep calm. Oral cares have been difficult. Patient father wanted to prove that patient was getting better and did not need BiPAP. RN removed BiPAP and placed Phobotherm 40 liters, 100%, and patient quickly desaturated to 85%. BiPAP replaced. Father became fixated on patient ABG, thinking they looked better. RN educated that they were not. Father currently looking into taking patient home on home BiPAP machine.
Okay. And what is it about this particular nursing note in the record that links you to your fifth breach?
I go back to the care plans. I go from this person, this is happening at midnight. So this is information that needs to be carried over to shifts in the future. And so at this point, role relationship is important, and identifying that in a care plan with interventions, which could be further both role and coping. Because at this point, Mr. Schara is asking a lot of questions, and people ask questions when they, are stressed. So maybe want to, in order to help with educating, and not in passing, educating, like maybe you need to get another person in there. Maybe you need to get the doctor to come and talk to the patient. Sometimes coming from the doctor, it carries a lot of weight, and so I think that at that point, I didn't see any indication again that they were seeking to meet his needs as a POA and as an advocate, and then subsequently or consequently Grace's needs, because he was the advocate.
Let's move on now to the sixth. Sorry, seventh.
So,
We've got that on the screen. I'd like to direct your attention to the reference to October 9th through 10th dismissal of Scott's clinical concerns prevented an opportunity for repair of a relationship resulting in communication breakdown and advocacy. You talk about how important advocacy is, especially with a patient who has clearly defined self-care deficit We know that she's a down patient. And we also have established that Scott was her advocate. What is it about the 7th to describe?
Well, from October 9th to the 10th, in that period of time, there was an escalation identified in the nurse's notes that Scott had been yelling at the nurses. And this is a clear indication that there's now a critical communication that we need to make sure we're bringing in third parties. At this point, if he's in so much, if he is yelling, because the yelling was in deposition, had been identified by one nurse. But at this point, the bottom is that we've got a father, a POA, who needs to be helped in a way that you're going to bring other people in. You're going to bring a third party in some way, shape, or form in order to get things calmed down, mend the communication problems, mend the relationship, and have the advocate at the bedside, because that's super important for him to remain at the bedside and to advocate for Grace. So we have to take care of him. It's very important to take care of him. So if he's having trouble, then we have to make that work by interdisciplinary team meetings, social services, any of those factors.
Handed you during your discussion of that particular breach, Exhibit 56. Can you identify what that is for the jury?
So yeah, this is from the 10th of October, and this happened about 11 o'clock at night, the top one. And that was Emily Fisher. Do you want me to read it?
Yes.
Okay.
Read the pertinent aspects. You don't
Okay.
read the whole thing.
Okay.
What strikes you as being pertinent to your breach of the standard?
Okay, so here, Nurse Fisher says that the parent accused the nursing of not knowing how to do nursing care, run equipment, and of equipment being faulty. Parent demanded that monitor alarms and IV alarms be completely turned off and oxygen saturation be removed from the patient. Further attempted to provide education and explanation about the alarms and function of the equipment in the room. So what I see here is a documentation of problems, but I don't see any results. I don't see anything that indicates they're trying to fix the problem. Obviously, I don't know specifically what he was saying about running the equipment or accusing nurses of not knowing how to take care of them. What we have here obviously is somebody who has strong opinions, and we need to mend that relationship, and it's gotten to the point now where it's obviously not happening between the nurse and the POA. So we got to get a nursing supervisor. We got to call for an IDT meeting, possibly, social services. So these are very important things at this point, because you know that Mr. Schara is the primary caregiver. You have to advocate for him to advocate for her.
Okay. And utilizing the same exhibit that I've handed you, 56, to the next of your opinions relative to the breach of the nursing standards. Went to number 8 now.
So here it says patient requests, actually, so that's 1010 at 6:05, Emily Fisher again. She says patient requests Dr. Beck and unit to come to speak to him. So that's very reasonable request. He is actually creating his own interdisciplinary team. He wants to talk to somebody else besides the nurse who he's been working with. She may believe that he's unreasonable, but the fact remains that he needs to be, we need to get other people involved. And so he's asking for a third party. He's asking, she's going up the the chain of command to try to find someone to speak to him. And the fact that he asked for that, it didn't happen. They did not bring the supervisor, and the doctor was paged, says phone call with Dr. Beck to update on concerns with parent and interference and disrespect and poor treatment of the staff. Again, this is all a report of his behavior. It's very one-sided, and it doesn't indicate any sense of compassion or concern or problem solving. Like, what's going on? Why is this happening? Let's get somebody to help him articulate. And also, me as a nurse, I want to know, how can I get him to understand what's going on if I find that there's some kind of miscommunication. So Dr. Beck did not speak to him because the next thing that happened was that the nursing supervisor came that morning at 8 o'clock with the guard, and he was evicted from the hospital. So his request to escalate this to a nursing supervisor, to the physician, was met with a guard and a nursing supervisor and a conversation in the room, and him ultimately being escorted to his vehicle.
So without any actual training in how this works with the interdisciplinary team meeting, it appears from the note of the nurse here that Mr. Schara actually was trying to invoke an interdisciplinary team meeting, which never happened. Correct?
Correct. Never happened.
And ultimately, what did happen, from your understanding of the record, is that he was escorted out of the hospital by car. And what did that do to the patient's ability to?
Well, Grace already was unable to communicate well. I mean, she could probably communicate some basic needs, like she was thirsty or something, but she couldn't advocate for herself. The POA had been, was in place. When he was removed from the bedside, the way that I look at it is there's an equal mark, and there's Grace on one side and there's Scott on the other, and there's a big splash now. We do not have any communication between Grace, her father, or now bedside advocacy with Mr. Schara and the nursing staff. It was complete break in communication, physical, and in response to his asking for consult.
Okay.
The other thing that I also include here, here it says, explain to Dr. Beck parents' concerns about alarms beeping and interventions taken to fix them. If you're going to document this kind of thing in the medical record, then you're going to follow with something you did in order to fix that. There are things that you can do with alarms in order to make them soften and to make them better in the room. And to facilitate sleep. There should have been something written somewhere to identify that they had tried other things. There's nothing in the medical record that says that they tried other things besides education. There's a lot of educated, re-educated, but specific things. I tried to turn the volumes down. There's things that there's no solutions that I'm seeing in the medical record.
So So you have Exhibit 53 in front of you. Would you please refer to that with respect to this?
Okay.
And I understand, well, could you please describe what is it about the medical record as evidence in Exhibit 53 informs you of a breach of the standard of care after the eviction of Scott?
So as we spoke before, you know, as I spoke about it before, as soon when the patient's admitted into the hospital, you do, and then you do care plans based on change in condition. He was the primary caregiver and the POA, and he had been evicted from the hospital. And so now it's a care plan needs to be developed about how they're going to continue communication, whatever those are. And it needs to be a plan that's set forth and can be pushed through and that everyone can see it. You can certainly write a nurse's note, that's great. It's wonderful to communicate, but you need the care plan. You need a diagnosis that now you've identified that there's a break in communication. Mr. Schara is now not at the bedside, so communicating with him becomes even more, it's going to be more difficult because now he's not with you. So now you're going to really have to work at it. So you have to set up, one of the interventions would be maybe set up a timely meetings with him on the phone or something like that, something specific, and it has to be in the plan so everyone can see it. They didn't create a care plan at all after Mr. Schara was evicted from the hospital. To what I saw as a global dismissal. He's gone, we move on.
Right. So you believe that this failure to create a comprehensive care plan for communication resulted in a critical breakdown in communication?
Yes, I mean, the standard of care at that point, because her primary advocate at the bedside was not there, the standard of care would have been to create a communication plan with the nursing diagnosis in the care plan.
Okay, this brings us to your 10th breach in the standard of care. I'm handing what's been marked as Exhibit 57. I want to make sure that the lawyers. Can you identify Exhibit 57 for the jurors?
Okay.
So we're getting Exhibit 57 up on the screen. You've had an opportunity to review it, and you've certainly seen it in the past. Can you describe for me what is contained in Exhibit 57, which informs your opinion that there was a 10th breach in the standard of care relative to Grace's treatment?
So on the 11th, her sister Jessica came to the bedside, and now we have a shift in the roles. Remember, we have a role relationship, okay? So now we have a new person at the bedside. That's a family role. And so Jessica should have been incorporated to an existing care plan. If there had been a care plan for role relationship with Scott there, then now Jessica is going to be there, and she's going to be the primary point person at the bedside. There wasn't a care plan with Jessica being incorporated into, there was no care plan. And there was no new care plan that Jessica was now incorporated into communicating her needs and advocating for her. Specific to this note, I'll point out that this note from Emma Stark on 10, it says up here occurred 10/11/21 that's 4:30. That was entered into the medical record 2 days after Grace died on 10/15. This was considered a late entry. And this was written after the fact, which is, I don't know the reason for that, but this is not a real-time documentation of this conversation that she had with Jessica. But again, if you go back to the care plans, there was no care plan created, amended to include Jessica.
And can you read that, Nurse Stark's?
Sure. Ryder talking with patient's sister at bedside. Ryder said patient was tolerating proning better today and that ABGs looked slightly better. Ryder also told patient's sister that patient is still very sick and things could get better or worse at this point. Comfort provided for family and patient.
And as you noted, if you look at the shaded area above the words abnormal and confidential, that's what gives you the belief this entry was recorded on October 15th at
12:38.
Some 2 days following Grace's death. Right?
Correct.
Ending what's been marked as 58. And you identify that for the jury, please.
That's the physician order for code status. And it is, the code was, the DNR was entered into the computer by Dr. Shokar. The order was entered in and signed by him all at the same time. Those things kind of go together. It's a computer thing. 10:56 is when he entered the order. And then Nurse McGinnis acknowledged that order at 11:08. And then it was viewed by several people after that, but that's the primary piece of the information I'll be talking about. That's an actual order that goes into the computer, and that will also pop up in different parts of the medical record after that.
Okay. And so the pertinent aspect of Exhibit 58 is to show that it was entered and it was acknowledged. Fair? Okay. Is there anything else we need to use that medical record for today? I mean, right now?
No.
Okay. So we've got another slide which indicates that there is an 11th breach in the standard, and that being October 13th at 10:56. This did not discuss the DNR order with Jessica or Scott, resulting in their inability to activate resuscitation orders. Does that mean the same thing as Diane has testified to as a revoking of the DNR?
Well, yeah, I mean, to revoke the DNR, you'd have to know it existed in the first place, you know? And so, it is the testimony of, Mr. Schara and Jessica that they didn't know that the DNR was in place. So,
I'll clean that up, Judge.
Okay,
right,
You say the testimony of Scott and Jessica,
position,
Scott has testified in the trial, Jessica has not yet testified.
so that's deposition then? Okay,
In the
that's what I meant.
depositions you reviewed, you learned that. And Jessica's depositions, is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And so, any touch on relative to the 11th breach?
Well, I mean, this was a principal breach, because it goes back to relationships and communication. The medical record, was the doctor transcribed, meaning he talked, I'm sorry, he dictated his note, about the he had with Mr. Schara. He dictated his note and then it was transcribed, but it wasn't transcribed until about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So when Nurse McInnes acknowledged the DNR order at 11:08, she knew that there was a no code, but she wouldn't have been able to read a note of any details. So at that point, she would seek out the physician and talk to him, go to the patient's family and talk to them to try to understand the specifics, and lots of things. Like one of the main things is, oh, you've made Jessica, your sister's been made a DNR. Let's talk about this. Like, let's have a conversation about the conditions of this. How are we doing? How do you feel? Again, like, what are we going to do here? Do you want to get the pastor? Do you, so there's that with Jessica right at the bedside. That would have been a big conversation for me. And for any nurse that was working within the standard of care, because that's the relationships that you're building, and you sit with the patient and you discuss these things. Certainly something of this gravity. There's nothing in the medical record that indicates these conversations took place. A care plan could have been created, talking about end of life care, but the main thing is that there's no conversations documented, plans created.
Okay. We now have on the screen what you identified as the 12th breach in the standard of care. And in conjunction with that 12th breach, I'm going to hand you that marked as Exhibit 59. Identify that exhibit for the
Okay, this is a nurse's note. RN McGinnis, the 10:13 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And then talking about placing her feeding tube. And then at 10 minutes to 6 p.m., clinical information about her oxygen saturation, and that her oxygen saturation was not improving. And then at 6 o'clock, 5 minutes to 6, that oxygen saturation was dropping into the 40s.
I assume that
No. So here we are again, and in the situation where somebody has been made a DNR and now they're deteriorating. and their condition is declining, these are when you're having these really intense conversations because you're helping people get ready for something that is going to be very painful and devastating. She's a 19-year-old girl, and her sister is at the bedside, and her father is at home. And we need to make sure that we have everybody cared for in what we're going to do. And a nurse is the person who's going to drive that. If it's not the nurse, then who's it going to be? Nobody's going to come from the third floor from the case management office and come in and talk to the family about what's happening. There's no evidence that there was any caregiving, care planning, or discussion of the sharp decline in her condition. And I think if they had, you would be saying, okay, now we've got this oxygen saturation of 54%, oxygen saturation's in that. It looks like Grace may be on her way. How are you feeling about that? Are you okay? And then at that point, you would talk to this fact that you're not going to do anymore. If her heart rate's going to go down to nothing, and then she's going to, do you want us to, do you have, one of the things that we do is we find out about the funeral home. We got to start, and we're looking at donors. We're looking at lots of different things that are happening now because the patient's going to pass away unless there's an intervention. And at that point, if the nursing standard was followed, then the family member would have had that conversation, and then they would have said, do something at this point. They would have said, do something at this point. Why are we here? Why are we here? Well, let's fix this. Can we fix this? Then the nurse says, well, you're a DNR. What are we going to fix? Well, I didn't know we were a DNR. The nurse goes and gets the doctor. Boom. You got the doctor on the line. Now you need to have a conversation, and have a conversation quickly, because we've got a new determination that the family doesn't know that the patient's a no code. And these are conversations that are happening all day, not generally, by the standard. You're in the room with the patient. And from what I understand, Ms. R. McGinnis had one patient that day. So there was a lot of time to get in there and really, really interact with the family and interface with Grace and make her comfortable and do the things that you would do with somebody that you're seeing are at the end of life. And end of life, you can do candles, the kind that don't have fire on them, and you can do music, and you might want to call the pastor. There's a lot of things to do at that point. So if that's where we're going, let's start doing some things. And nothing, from what I can see, was happening. And if those things had happened, then the family would have been alerted. What are we doing end of life stuff for? I thought, we need to do something here. It was just miscommunication and a misalignment of the understanding of the DNR. They didn't know.
Based upon your review of the records and the deposition testimony, you see in this medical record that the family was completely unaware of what you call no code.
Right.
Right.
I mean, in the nurse's notes in the end say that they told them there was nothing more that could be done. They said they told them that there was nothing more that can be done. It said in one part of the nurse's notes that no further interventions available. You ask, no further interventions available, start asking about interventions. Get an understanding. People change their minds. They do. They change their minds when it gets to a point where it's imminent. No, so I've seen people change their minds at the very, very end when they see the flat line. I've seen them change their mind. It's difficult, but you're allowed to change your mind. So the bottom line with that is the lack of communication on the decline. It would have alerted the family there was a DNR in place.
Okay, this takes us to the 13th breach in the standard of care. on the screen on October 13th, Jess is in the hallway screaming that she, meaning Grace, is not DNR to a large group of nurses. Please.
Side, but you're,
Take off the screen, please.
for the record, I think we discussed this earlier.
We're correct. That's just an error, Mr. Randall.
Let me just spend a minute with the jurors talking. So up on the screen, it wasn't spoken words, it was up there for 2 seconds. The 13th breach in the standard of care had Nurse McGinnis's name on it. At the last break, when you guys break, I had ordered plaintiff's counsel to not include Nurse McGinnis's name. So it was supposed to be corrected. And the reason for that is because there's been no evidence or testimony Nurse McGinnis was there at the time of that last call on October 13th. So we're talking that 9-minute call. And, but I allowed the rest of it because I believe the testimony is going to be that whatever nurses were there were the ones in violation, although as far as I know, none of them have been identified. Nobody has identified Nurse McGinnis as being there. So has it been corrected? Are you satisfied with that instruction? Oh, yeah. So we're now looking at the 13th breach again.
Okay, so apologize for that error, but the screen has now been corrected to read October 13th, Jess in the hallway screaming that she's to a large group of nurses. Now, you haven't heard Jessica's testimony yet. Following Nurse Eichinger, and there's been a sequestration order which prohibits her from being in the courtroom. But you have listed here, Nurse Eichinger, that in your opinion, this is a breach in the nursing standard of care. Can you explain why that is?
Well, if a family member comes out of the room when the patient arrests and they scream, do something, the very first thing you're going to do is say they're a DNR or DNR. And then the next part of that conversation is going to be, no, they're not. If there was a miscommunication or a misalignment of the understanding of the DNR, that would have been in real time the moment that would have been identified. Because if she's screaming, do something, then you're going to her and you're saying, Jess, this is upsetting for you, but you know she's a DNR, right? You made that decision. You guys made that decision. That's where we're going, right? And then Jess would have said no. And from what I understand, Mr. Schara was on FaceTime at the same time, and he was actually calling for that too. So that means that you have consensus and 2 family members, 2 people that are in big roles, right, as an advocate, and they are saying, do something. Well, at that moment, you do something. So what you do is you call the doctor. You immediately page the doctor to come to the bedside. You may even go so far as pulling a code blue button, because the doctor's going to get there quick with a code blue. Sometimes we'll pull code blue buttons to get everybody on board. And then once everybody's in the room, we make a determination based on the information that we get. Point, they both had made it clear that they did not know that she was a DNR. They were making it very clear they wanted something done. The breach and the impact is that it comes from the deterioration part over the course of the day and to the code when she arrested. If there had been interventions up to that point, she had a chance of surviving the illness. She had a chance.
Join.
Sure. For the jury, I'm going to ask you to disregard that last answer and strike it from the evidence. And I'll just make sure that we're talking about the same language and then explain the reason for it. So this witness just provided an answer that said she had a chance of survival. That's the part that should be struck. And you heard this morning she's qualified as an expert witness, but she is not qualified as a doctor, and she is not qualified to provide any opinions about survival rates or any chance of survival. We're going to leave that to medical people. And I think you agreed with that, Mr. Administrator, during the sidebar. Okay. Does that satisfy you, Mr. Guzzi? All right, next question, Mr. Administrator.
Thank you. So this is one of those areas where you have to stay in your lane.
Sure.
So we respect you're not qualified to testify as to what. I think where you're going with this, if I can ask, is we would have had a chance to discuss, or the parents, the POA, the advocates would have had a chance, if it weren't for this communication breakdown, to bring the topic up, to discuss the topic with medical providers, and perhaps make a change in the understanding that the staff have. Is that where you're going with that?
Yes, I apologize for getting out of my lane. I think throughout these breaches, it's very clear that there were multiple miscommunications, broken down communication, opportunities for the advocates to intervene, continue to be informed all the way up until the point that she arrested, and that had they known about the DNR, then they would have had an opportunity to discuss and have that conversation with the doctor and the nurses. The way that it was, there was no opportunity. It just ended. She was made a DNR. She continued to deteriorate throughout the day. And the family did not have an opportunity to discuss a DNR because they didn't know that the DNR existed. They're the facts. I can't talk about, what would have happened because I'm not qualified, but the fact remains that they did not know about the DNR. And that was due to the breach in the nursing standard of care to discuss these things.
Right.
I hope that makes sense. Yeah.
You would agree that a person such as Dr. Verdine would be able to opine issues relative to survival.
Absolutely defer to the physician on that. Yeah.
Nothing further at this time.
Cross-examination, Attorney Francoia.
Good morning, Nurse Eichinger. Can you hear me okay on my microphone? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. You and I had the pleasure of meeting at one point back in December of last year down in Florida for your deposition. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And obviously you were testifying under oath at that deposition, just like you're doing here today. Okay. And you would have attempted to do the best you could to provide me with accurate and truthful testimony at that time as well. True?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We can agree, can we not? No. Let me preface this by starting. You've given a number of opinions here today, and they were numbered and they were put up on the screen, right?
Yes.
And we can agree that none of the opinions you've given in terms of alleged breaches of the standard of care caused Grace to experience acute respiratory failure with hypoxemia. True?
Yes.
Okay. We can also agree, I would assume, that in this case, and you reviewed the records, Grace was the patient of the hospital, right?
Yes.
Okay. Grace was the one that the nurses were caring for, true?
Yes.
Okay. And we can agree that Scott Schara and Grace's sister Jessica were not the patients, true?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand you are from Florida, as I understand it?
I live in Florida.
Okay. Practiced in Wisconsin?
No, sir.
Okay. You wouldn't be familiar with the standards in Wisconsin in terms of informed consent, but can we agree that nurses in Wisconsin do not have any duty to obtain the informed consent of a patient or a POA for either the administration of medications or the entry of a DNR order? True?
Yes.
Okay. So you cannot offer any testimony or opinions relative to the standard of care directed to the nurses as to whether or not informed consent was obtained for the administration of any medications or the entry of the DNR. True?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand when one is giving information to a family member, one can speak to the patient, a nurse can speak to the patient, or the nurse can also speak to the power of attorney if there is one, true?
Yes.
And there are limits in terms of medical information that can be provided to people who are not designated as the POA, true?
Yes.
Okay. For example, if someone just calls the hospital and says, hey, I'm, Joe Smith is the patient and I'm that patient's cousin. Can you tell me how Joe Smith is doing? You couldn't give that information to that person, could you?
I could give that information if I sought that permission from the patient at that time.
Okay. And you know that Jessica was not the POA at any time, true?
Actually, Jessica was the POA.
Okay. As you sit here today, you believe that under the document, the POA that has been made in this case, that she was in fact an active POA at the time she was sitting with Grace?
Right. So during my deposition, I didn't realize that she was the POA, but on further examination of the medical record, I saw that she was named as POA.
Okay.
So in my report, I said she wasn't, but that she had deferred to her father for decision making. And so she was actually a POA.
Okay, okay. Matt, could you put up 18 if we could? Number 18, the POA if we could? Oh, do you have the? Sure.
Excuse me.
Two. Now, did you review the POA and coming to your opinions in this case?
I did.
Okay. When I'm looking at section 1.03 there, you can see that Grace had designated her mother, Cindy Schara, to serve as her healthcare agent and gave healthcare agent the power of attorney to make decisions with regard to her. Did I read that correctly there according to what we see on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it says that if my agent is unwilling or unable to serve, is removed by me, or is not available as determined by my healthcare provider, then I designate the following as alternate healthcare agents to serve in the order in which their names appear to exercise the authority set forth in this healthcare power of attorney. Now, a little earlier in this trial, Mr. Schara testified that in fact Cindy was never unwilling or unable to serve, had never been removed by Grace, and was available by telephone and FaceTime to be able to communicate with the healthcare providers. So actually, in accordance with the language of this document, it appears that Cindy Schara was in fact the sole active POA with the ability to make decisions as long as those conditions existed. True?
Sustained.
Okay. Do you have any information that Cindy Schara was unwilling or unable to serve as Grace's POA?
Well, some with COVID.
And did she ever indicate she was unable to serve as the POA through communication via telephone?
I don't information, I don't know.
Okay. And do you have any information as to whether Grace had removed Cindy as her healthcare power of attorney prior to her hospitalization in October of 2021?
I don't have that information.
Okay. And do you have any information in terms of whether or not, or strike that actually, we know from the record that Cindy actually had been included in a number of communications by telephone or by FaceTime throughout Grace's hospitalization. We can agree on that. Yes? Okay. So in fact, Cindy was available times to be able to discuss over the phone and over FaceTime with Grace's providers.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. But it is your testimony to sit here today that you, when you came to your opinions, believed that Jessica was somehow the POA under this legal document.
Same objection relative to legal conclusion.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, you also mentioned in your testimony a little bit, described Grace as being at the end of life on October 13th. True?
True.
Okay. And you also indicated, as I recall, I wrote down in my notes, that you believe she continued to deteriorate throughout the day on the 13th.
She did deteriorate throughout the day on the 13th.
And you agree that she had a pretty severe case of COVID when she was in the hospital, true?
That's a determination by the physician.
Okay. Well, did you read the record and see what her diagnosis was?
She had COVID-19.
Okay. And the records do indicate the treating physicians believe she had a very severe case of COVID-19, true?
I don't know about severity.
Okay. So when she was deteriorating on October 13th, she was deteriorating as a result of her diagnosis of COVID-19, was she not?
Out of my scope.
Okay. You're not able to say that? You would defer to the doctors in the record?
Yes.
Okay. You also mentioned briefly that people can change their mind about a DNR, if I heard you correctly. True?
Correct.
Okay, and it happens sometimes. People change their mind.
Yes,
Okay. You've reviewed the records in this case.
I have.
Okay. How many times did Grace's doctors ask Grace's family or her father for permission to intubate her or the ability to intubate her if her condition were to decline to a point where it was incompatible with life in the absence of mechanical intubation?
I don't know about that specific question. So you just said a lot of words that I can't say that that's specifically what was said, but I do know that there were conversations of, at least on 2 occasions. I can't say more because I can say for sure I know on at least 2 occasions, there was a discussion between the father and the doctors about intubation.
Okay. And the decision in each of those times, or each of those occasions, was that indicated he did not want his daughter to be intubated. True?
Daughter to be intubated in his, the question was whether or not we're going to intubate in the event that something happens. The notes that I read were specific to, if she deteriorates rapidly, can we intubate her now at that time? And Mr. Schara not want intubation done without his being called. So the conversations with the doctors are asking for intubation in the event she had quick deterioration. Mr. Schara wanted to be included in that decision at that time, and he said no to the intubation.
And your experience as a nurse taking care of ICU patients, I would imagine that there are numerous occasions in the course of your career where patients in the ICU declined rapidly or precipitously, right? Okay. And things at that time, don't they?
Yes.
And sometimes patients can pass away within minutes or seconds, don't they? Okay. And that's why as providers and healthcare providers and doctors have those conversations ahead of time for just that situation in case there's a precipitous drop where we don't have time to be able to make the decision. True.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that every situation is the same. It's not. Every situation is not the same. Sure, you can plan for emergencies, but everyone's an individual and has a right to make decisions based on their own individual needs.
Absolutely. Did make his decision for his daughter in this case. True.
He made a decision not to make her a DNR in the absence of his input at that time.
Okay. I wanted to follow up on one other thing before I continue with my questions. You had mentioned at the end when Grace was coding, you had indicated that the nurses would page a doctor at that point when a family member comes into the hallway and says, hey, do something, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And that's because the nurses can't just ignore a DNR order. They need to involve someone else, a doctor.
For this specific situation, every situation is different, but for this specific situation, given that the physician was so close at hand, it could have been a page, and it could have been actually pulling a code blue button.
Rule cross-examination.
In fact, Dr. Schara wasn't even at the hospital any longer, was he? At that point?
I don't know.
You don't know what doctor was there, do you?
No, I
You
don't.
don't know where they were.
No, but there was a doctor in the emergency room.
Okay. Well, and how far is the emergency room located from the ICU at St. Elizabeth?
Well, if those young doctors are taking a couple steps at a time, pretty fast.
Okay. So we can agree that if the family says, hey, do something, revokes the DNR, the nurses are not just jump and do that. There has to be someone else involved, a doctor of some sort. Yes?
In this specific situation, I would expect that the nurses would call the doctor.
And this is because the nurses are not involved in the DNR discussion. That's a doctor who has that discussion with the patient.
Initially.
And in fact, as you testified here yourself, nurses don't have a duty to obtain informed consent for the entry of a DNR order.
No.
Okay. My question is incorrect in that statement. True. I want to make sure I understand.
And sometimes the way you ask questions, it's hard to know what the beginning word was. So
we can agree that nurses do not have any duty to obtain informed consent for the entry of a DNR order. Yes.
yes.
Okay. Nurse Eichinger, I understand your role in this case is to testify relative to the nursing standard of care. You are currently licensed to practice as a nurse in Florida and California, true?
Yes.
I believe we've established that you do not practice in Wisconsin, but would it be fair to state that you've never practiced as a nurse?
I have not.
Okay. And you are obviously not a physician or a medical doctor?
No, I am not.
Okay. You are currently as a registered nurse, true?
Correct.
And I believe you testified you have a nursing diploma, correct?
Correct.
You do not have a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, nor a doctorate degree in nursing.
Correct.
You would not be qualified to offer any opinions in the medical field of toxicology, true?
True.
You would not be medical field of pharmacology, true?
Correct.
You would not be qualified to offer an opinion in the medical field of pathology, true?
Correct.
I believe we've established that you don't have any opinions as to any physicians, but you would not even be qualified to the standard of care applicable to a physician, true?
Correct.
It is not within the scope of practice of a nurse to render a medical diagnosis, true?
Correct.
It would not be within the scope of practice of a registrar to identify a patient's cause of death, true?
Correct.
It was not important for you to see Grace's death certificate in coming to your opinions in this case, true?
No, it was not important.
Okay. You would agree that you are not to opine with regard to whether the cause of death set forth in Grace Schara's death certificate is accurate or not, true?
True. Not my concern.
Okay. You would agree that you are not qualified to challenge a physician's determination that Grace's cause of death as set forth in her death certificate was acute respiratory failure with hypoxemia due to or as a result of COVID-19 pneumonia, true?
What was the question?
We are not qualified to challenge a physician's determination that Grace's cause of death was acute respiratory failure with hypoxemia due to or as a result of COVID-19 pneumonia, true?
I am not qualified.
Okay. You would not be qualified to offer an opinion on medical causation, true?
Correct.
As a nurse, you are not qualified or licensed to prescribe medications to a patient, true?
Correct.
Nurses administer medications to a patient pursuant to a physician order, true?
Correct.
The person determining whether a medication is appropriate for a given patient is a physician, not a nurse, true?
Nursing assessment can affect that, and by giving the physician new data if necessary, if the physician is going to order a medication and there's been a change in assessment, then the nurses are responsible for notifying the physician of any kind of change in condition that would come to bear on that medication that's given.
Well, the question was a little more simple. The nurse's role is obviously to report information to the physician, but the person determining whether the medication is actually appropriate and issuing the order for that medication, physician, not a nurse.
Correct.
Order sets are issued by physicians in the ICU and not by nurses, true?
Correct.
You are not qualified to prescribe the medication Precedex, true?
Correct.
You would not be qualified to prescribe the medication lorazepam, true?
Correct.
You would not be qualified to prescribe the medication morphine, true?
Correct.
It is not within the scope of practice of a nurse like yourself to enter a DNR order, true?
Correct.
The entry of a DNR order for a given patient falls to a physician, not a nurse, true? You are not able to make medical diagnoses sufficient to determine whether a patient is appropriate for a DNR, true?
Correct.
Now, according to your testimony, as I understand, you work on an ICU COVID unit at the Cape Canaveral Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I understand that you spent 3 months working on that unit between August and October of 2021.
Yes, sir.
And your experience in a COVID ICU unit was limited to that 3-month period.
Correct.
You would agree that COVID-19 was a virus that was responsible for causing a pandemic in 2020 and 2021?
Correct.
You would agree that COVID-19 was a virus that did kill patients in both 2020 and 2021, true?
Correct.
I believe you testified that you did review the medical records for Grace's stay in the ICU in this particular case. You would agree, based upon your review of those records, that Grace was critically ill during her stay in the ICU? While you were caring for patients on the COVID ICU at Cape Canaveral Hospital for those 3 months in August through October of 2021, you cared for approximately 2 to 3 patients at a time? Okay. How many patients did Nurse Holly McGinnis have when she was caring for Grace on October 12th and October 13th of 2021?
From what I understand, it was one patient.
Okay. So am I given to understand that in your ICU, you were in fact caring for 2 to 3 times as many patients as Holly was caring for when she was rendering Grace?
Correct.
Okay. There was a surge in cases of COVID in hospitals in October of 2021 due to the Delta variant of the COVID-19 virus, true?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, I think you testified that was the reason that you were kind of redeployed from your other job to the COVID ICU at Cape Canaveral.
Correct.
You were redeployed in August of 2021 to that dedicated COVID unit at Cape Canaveral Hospital due to a crisis situation in order to help with the COVID surge.
Correct.
I believe I don't know if you said this, but your hospital at Cape Canaveral had a 12. Correct.
Yes, sir.
And your hospital at Cape Canaveral in October of 2021 had a no visitation policy for the ICU at that time, right?
I know there were no patients there. Sorry, no visitors. I knew there was no visitors there.
Obviously, there were patients.
Obviously, there were patients.
No
Excuse me.
visitors.
There were no visitors. Right.
And that was in October of 2021, the same time period in the case we're talking with Grace.
The no visitor, in my experience there, they didn't have visitors in August and September. They started letting people back in.
In October of 2021, no hospitals were allowing visitors at that time, true?
I don't know that.
You're not able to identify any specific hospital anywhere in the United States that routinely allowed visitors to the ICU between October and October of 2021.
There's no way I could know that information.
The reason behind these no visitor or visitor limitation policies in October of 2021 was in order to prevent the spread of COVID within the hospital, true?
Objection, foundation.
If you know, you can go ahead and answer.
It was an infection control. It was an infection control measures, and yes, it was for the prevention of spread.
Nurse, you understood in October of 2021 that COVID was a communicable disease that could be communicated to others.
By aerosol, not droplet.
Okay. During the 3 months that you were caring for patients in Cape Canaveral between August and October of 2021, you recall only one patient during the entirety of those 3 months who was allowed to have a visitor in his ICU room, and that was because the patient was coding in at the end of life, true?
Correct.
While you were treating patients on the COVID unit at your hospital in Cape Canaveral in October of 2021, you communicated with family members of your patients by telephone from the ICU?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And whether a patient had an activated POA or not, the only way to talk to families or powers of attorney was via telephone in August through October of 2021 at your hospital.
Some of the patients were communicated by other media, but I personally only communicated via telephone.
So for instance, some patients could communicate, or patient families or POAs could communicate by FaceTime or something like that.
Correct. Some patients had their phones in the room.
Okay. In either way, it was remote communication with people who are not in the room with the
Virtual, correct.
virtual. Okay. When you say virtual, that's what we're talking about, remote communication where the patient's family member or POA is located somewhere other than in that hospital.
Other than in the room, correct.
Even though no family members were allowed to be personally present in the patient's room in the ICU in your hospital in Cape Canaveral, you were still able to comply with the nursing standard of care in rendering patients, true?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, you believe that you did comply with the nursing standard of care in each or for each of those patients that you treated in the COVID ICU at Cape Canaveral Hospital, true?
Correct.
And the only communications that you had with family members of those patients during the entire time you were in that ICU, I believe you said, was by telephone.
Correct.
Whatever information that could be communicated by telephone to the patient's family was sufficient in order for you to be able to meet the standard of care applicable for nursing care of those patients.
For my patients in that unit, that was correct. For Scott Schara and Grace, I don't know that that's true.
You're not contending that the standard of care, a different standard of care applied to you than would apply to the nurses at St. Elizabeth, true?
I don't understand the question.
Okay. Okay.
You're asking about whether or not I was able to get with my patients specifically over the telephone and give them appropriate information. I was able to do that.
Correct. Thank you. Now, you never communicated to anyone in the administration of your hospital, at your Cape Canaveral hospital, that you were concerned that the standard of care could not be met for your COVID patients because of a no visitor policy, true?
No, I did not.
You do not believe that you were somehow unable to comply with the nursing standard of care at your Cape Canaveral hospital simply because of those patients were not present personally at the bedside, true?
I don't think it's comprehensive. I think that you can meet standard by information, but I don't think that's comprehensive, and I don't think it meets the needs of the breaches that I've identified in role relationship and stress.
Okay. Well, you understand that you're testifying here with regard to the standard of care and whether there's a breach in the standard of care, true?
Please.
Sure. You understand that you're here to testify about breaches in the standard of care if you hold those opinions, true?
Correct.
You are not aware of any instances while you were caring for patients at your hospital in Cape Canaveral where patients or families were somehow unable to obtain needed information from treaters because those family members were not permitted to be present in the hospital, true?
I can't speak to every patient that was in that unit. I can only speak to my personal experiences.
And in your personal experiences, you can't point me to any instances where patients were somehow unable to obtain information from treaters simply because family members were not present personally in the hospital, true?
I don't remember that happening.
You are not aware of any patients for whom you cared in your Cape Canaveral hospital in October of 2021 who were unable to make decisions simply because family was only available to communicate by telephone rather than in person, true?
What was the first part of the question?
Sure. You're not aware of any patients or family members for whom you cared in your hospital who were unable to make care decisions simply because a family member was not available to communicate except by phone?
I don't know the answer to that.
More than 75% of the patients that you personally cared for in the COVID ICU or Cape Canaveral Hospital back in October of 2021 ended up passing away, true?
You've mischaracterized that. I said that 75% of the patients in the unit passed away. I didn't take care of every patient.
So 75% of the patients on the unit, on the COVID ICU unit, ended up passing away.
I said in deposition 75% because I think you, when we were talking, this is what I remember. We lost 1 or 2 patients during that period of time. Whether or not it was 75 or 85, I don't know the answer to that. And I think that when we spoke before, you had offered that number, 75, because I don't think I would have come up with that number on my own.
Okay.
I'm not good at statistics and percentages, so.
Fair enough. So we can say that 1 to 2 patients every day on your unit, your COVID unit, passed away as a result of severe COVID disease?
On average, it was some rough weeks.
Okay. In the case of each of those patients who ended up passing away on your COVID unit, you believe that you and your fellow nurses complied with the standard of care in treating those patients?
I can speak to my own experience. I don't know about the nurses in that unit.
Did you have patients that you yourself cared for who passed away on that unit?
Yes,
And you believe that you complied with the standard of care with respect to each of those patients? True?
yes,
Okay. And despite complying with the standard of care, the COVID pandemic was such that you still lost patients for whom you, as a result of severe COVID disease, true?
despite the standard of care, patients die.
And we can agree that that's a principle that is true throughout hospitals, whether we're COVID.
Correct.
Okay. Your work in the COVID ICU unit of your Cape Canaveral Hospital for those 3 months in 2021 was very stressful.
Yes,
Your work in that COVID ICU involved long hours, very ill patients, and you witnessed a lot of people dying as a result of that virus, didn't you?
yes.
In those 3 months in the COVID ICU were so tiring and stressful to you that you returned to the nurse float pool for Health First hospital system after finishing your time in the COVID ICU unit for about a week or 2 before you resigned your position there because you needed a break. Now, during your time at Cape Canaveral Hospital caring for COVID patients between August and October of 2021, you witnessed COVID patients in your ICU being placed on ventilators, true?
Correct.
And indications for a ventilator, respiratory arrest, or compromised cardiopulmonary respiration, true?
Or airway management. Sometimes it's airway management.
And in your experience as a nurse providing care to COVID patients in the ICU, ventilators were used for individuals who were experiencing compromised cardiopulmonary function by first securing an airway and second providing oxygen ventilation and gas exchange.
Correct.
Oxygen and carbon dioxide are important for humans to be able to live. So if a patient needed his or her oxygen levels increased and carbon dioxide increased as a result of the patient having difficulty breathing, then the patient might need a ventilator.
Yes, if they needed their oxygen increased and their carbon dioxide increased.
And a patient who falls into that category might be a candidate for that.
Correct.
In your experience as a COVID ICU nurse in your Cape Hospital back in October of 2021, ventilators were used in that hospital for patients who met the criteria to be intubated.
Correct.
And criteria for intubation included things like arterial blood gases, hypoxemia, hypercarbia, and increased respiratory arrest.
The deposition has an error, and it's increased respiratory. I wouldn't say that increased respiratory rate. So it wasn't increased respiratory arrest. That was wrong.
That's a good correction. So increased respiratory rate is a criteria, one criteria for intubation.
There's several criteria for intubation, and that's one of them.
Okay. And just so I understand, increased respiratory rate for normal respiratory rate would be, say 12 to 20 breaths per minute?
Correct.
Okay. And then an increased respiratory rate would be anything above and beyond that?
You could say the number is increased, but you would also look at the quality of the breathing and the overall assessment of the patient and whether or not they are comfortable. Some people have higher respirations, some at high altitude you breathe faster, so it just depends on the overall assessment of the patient.
Okay. And obviously in your lengthy experience as an ICU nurse, I would assume a respiratory rate in, say, the 50s would be very concerning.
Correct.
And obviously you had indicated that increased respiratory rate is one indication for intubation. So if you have a patient who has a respiratory rate of the 50s, that would indeed be one indication for intubation.
Collectively with other information, it could be part of the whole.
Okay. In your own experience in the COVID, you at your Cape Canaveral Hospital, it was quite often that patients you cared for were already on a ventilator when you got to work?
Correct.
Okay. You also cared for patients, as I understand it, who were on BiPAP in the ICU at Cape Canaveral.
I helped with patients that were on BiPAP. Most of my patients were intubated on the ventilator, but we did help each other. And so I was especially considering PPE, and that if one nurse is in a room with a on and is completely gowned, gloved, and masked in the room, and then their other patient needs something, you would go in, don everything, and go in and help them. Sometimes you're readjusting their BiPAP mask, sometimes you're giving them something to drink, sometimes you're managing. But I did take care, I cared for people who were on BiPAP, but my patients specifically were intubated.
Okay. And BiPAP is kind of I've heard it described as a type of mechanical like ventilation, but it's not an invasive ventilation.
Correct.
Okay. BiPAP is kind of like the step down. It's where it's where a patient might be before they're intubated or before they experience a need to be intubated.
It can be a bridge. It can also be effective, and then you take the BiPAP off and they don't need it anymore.
Okay. And patients might be put on BiPAP due to saturations in your experience?
Could be.
Okay. And BiPAP can in fact help to provide positive ventilation to the lungs, true?
Correct.
Though the utility of a ventilator varied from patient to patient, in your experience, ventilators were an important part of the care available to you and the other caregivers in your COVID ICU unit at Cape Canaveral back in 2021, true?
Correct.
Okay. Ventilators have been used for decades under circumstances where a patient might need a ventilator to aid them in breathing, true?
Correct. I was there. Decades.
Okay. I believe, I understand 95% of the patients in the COVID ICU unit at your Cape Canaveral Hospital back in 2021 ventilators?
Again, the percentage, I just know that that intensive care unit was, people would get into that unit because they needed to be ventilated. Usually patients were managed outside on the floors until they end up in the ICU. They ended up in the ICU usually because they needed that one-on-one, or ended up being 1-on-2 or 3 for ICU patient and a lot of times, most of the time it was because they needed to be ventilated.
Okay. So COVID patients generally, when they got pretty bad, they would go to the ICU. Okay.
Correct.
And the ICU generally has a lower nurse to patient ratio than, say, a general floor would.
Correct.
So a patient who has severe COVID on the ICU would be subject to, I guess, greater contact with the nursing staff, which would befit their more, I guess, difficult situation.
Correct. The acuity, there's a word, it's called acuity, and that means that they have increased needs for monitoring and usually titrating powerful medications. You're doing vital signs hourly, sometimes minute. You're doing vital signs every 15 minutes in some cases. So you have 6 patients and do that kind of labor and that kind of care of the patient. So you have to, if you have a high acuity, you have a narrower nurse-patient ratio.
And obviously, it's like the patients in your COVID ICU unit at Cape Canaveral, they were on the ICU because they had a high acuity.
Correct.
Okay. And you had mentioned, for example, that they might be so acute that you'd be doing vitals every 15 minutes or something because of that high acuity?
Generally, the patients that need those vital signs taken that frequently are on some kind of vasoactive. That's a medication that helps increase your blood pressure. And those medications are titrated IV. And so, yes, if you're doing vital signs that frequently, it's usually because your blood pressure, you're trying to manage their hemodynamics and make sure that you're keeping their blood pressure up and you're keeping their brain perfused, because you're selective to the brain every time.
It's fairly normal in the ICU where you would be watching the I guess, the condition of such patients and being able to managing their, do you call it the
Vasoactive, because you could call it powerful medications is what I kind of, when I describe it to patients and families, these are powerful, medications that squeeze your vessels and increase your blood pressure.
Okay. And those were typically managed, for example, into medications routinely?
Correct.
Okay. Like you might have a sedative medication running at the same time as that, as one of these vasoconstrictive medications, and you have to kind of balance them to get just the right therapeutic effect. I would assume that's the role of the nurse.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I understand that you did care for patients in your COVID ICU unit who were sedated. And sedation agents that were used in your COVID unit varied from patient to patient?
Generally, when we would have patients that were sedated on the ventilator, it was so there were neuromuscular blocking agents, which may completely paralyze the patient. And then we would have fentanyl, which was the opiate pain medication. And then the last one was a medication called Versed or midazolam, and that is the sedative. So on the ventilator, you have those 3 medications. Sometimes patients that are on the ventilator don't need those medications, especially if you're trying to wean them and extubate them. So some patients can be alert, but in general, when somebody is real sick and they're on the ventilator, they have those 3 medications. Sometimes they don't need the neuromuscular blocking agent. They may just need the morphine and the fentanyl and the Versed.
Those are fairly, I guess, for lack of a better term, powerful sedatives, Versed.
Versed is powerful. Yes, it's in the family of, it's a benzodiazepine, and it is in the volume, but it's IV.
And in fact, you had mentioned sometimes patients are weaned from a ventilator, so they might be used with a sedative that's not as powerful in order to help them.
Well, you would give less of a dose. You would give less of a dose. You wean them off the medications, and you talk to them, and you coach them. Then you wean the ventilator, and then you take the tube out.
And now, Precedex was one medication that was used in your COVID unit in Cape Canaveral.
Correct.
And Precedex was used on your COVID ICU unit at Cape Canaveral to treat both restlessness and agitation, I understand.
Correct.
You obviously never prescribed the medication Precedex in that unit because only a doctor could do that, true?
Correct.
Your role relative to the Precedex in your own COVID ICU unit would simply be to administer the Precedex pursuant to doctor's order and then monitor the patient's response.
Correct.
Titration parameters for a medication like Precedex depended upon a given patient.
What's the question?
Sure. The titration parameters given for a given patient is unique to the patient. It's determined on a per patient basis.
Correct, based on the assessment.
Sure. And you were never involved in the titration of Precedex in the ICU at your Cape Canaveral.
Correct. I did not give Precedex. My patients were on the ventilator.
Now, with
Objections withdrawn, Mr. Administrator.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is this a good time to take a break, or do you want to finish the Precedex questions?
no, in fact, this is a perfect time to break if that's what we want to do.
Can I answer the one more question about the Precedex? Okay. Okay.
So at this time, members of the jury, we're going to take a lunch break. What we'll do is start back here in about 45 minutes. My understanding is lunch is waiting for you. So, let the bailiffs know if you need anything, take the notebooks with you. Reminder not to discuss this case with anyone, including each other. Then just one thing I want to mention to you that it came up this morning where one of the parties had asked, Judge, we want you to qualify this person as an expert. And there was no objection, and that was granted. And so there are expert witnesses in this case for both sides. So even if this party, I think the agreement is it's not going to be asked in the future, but those people are experts. So just so we did it in this case with this witness, all of them are experts, and you should give them the credibility or whatever those opinions are, consistent with the instructions that I read to you at the end of the case. Is that good, Attorney Guzzi? Attorney Krakowiak? Yes. Attorney Administrator?
We're satisfied.
Okay, excellent. Have a good lunch. We'll see you in 45 minutes. The jury is excused. Maybe seated. I'm just like, you can step down. You're free to leave. If you could just be back here in 45 minutes or so. Yes, do you want her back in here, you mean? Not sure what that means. Mr. Administrator?
I think that's a misinterpretation of the Wisconsin provision relative to sequestration of an expert witness. I think that as long as there's no question pending, the rule doesn't require or forbid contact.
I disagree. So I'm going to allow you to discuss it, and I'm going to allow you to discuss or have conversations with your witnesses, including your expert witnesses during break. Subject to cross-examination. After they ask questions this afternoon, you come back and ask her what they talked about. Everybody will be able to do that. Okay. Exhibits 54, 56, 57, 58, 59, and 70 were all just referenced with. I'm not sure if she took the exhibits with her, but if she did, just make sure you get those back, Mr. Minister. Any objection to those exhibits being received?
those were just the records that were no objection to those records.
Mr. Guzzi? See, I think exhibit 55 was not offered or wasn't discussed, so that's the one from the plaintiff's perspective where it was put in the packet that you were going to use it, but it wasn't used. So just a heads up. And then are we not marking her reports as exhibits? Yeah. Okay.
And Your Honor, I don't know if we discussed it, but whatever those exhibits that were like the heading with the various criticisms and stuff. I guess I just want to say that whatever objections I had made to those previously, obviously I would maintain those with regard to whether they become exhibits, but my objections were already on the record.
And now that you brought that up, so exhibit 70, as I understand it, is going to be one exhibit that has the 13 pages of documents that were up on the screen. So I'm not receiving it yet. I'm going to take that back. So exhibit 70, I'm going to wait until it's approved and looked at by everybody. When is that going to be put together and marked, Mr. Mendenhall? Okay. And then give it to the defense, and defense can take a look at it. You've already voiced some objections. Let us know if you have others. But we'll just hold off on 70. Okay. Yeah, let's get it printed off, and then I want you guys to look at a copy that gets printed off with an exhibit sticker on it. Okay. Anything else with exhibits from the plaintiff? Or the defense regarding exhibits? Thank you. Never mentioned. You're gonna let us know if you're gonna mark those reports, Mr. Administrator.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it is the plan today to still finish this witness and then start Jessica Bakerman.
Yes.
How much longer does the defense have this witness approximately?
Could be a half an hour, 45 minutes.
Okay, and Mr. Guzzi, and then we'll have read and then jurors' questions. And then we'll just start, if it's before that hour and a half, just start with Ms. Vanderheiden at that. Everybody good with that? You'd say 30 minutes, or 30 seconds, 20 minutes either way.
Give or take.
Last week, I say about that every weekend. I think you said 10 minutes, but give or take 20 minutes either way. I was trying to figure out what that meant, like negative time or. Okay. All right, so anything else we need to do before the lunch break? And, they want 45 minutes for lunch, which is that if we come back at 12:15, that only gives you guys 35. Is that enough time for everyone, or?
Yeah, just a little.
Sure, so tell me what you need, and I'll let them know you need it more, Mr. Guzzi. What time do you guys want to be?
Yeah, 45, so.
Okay, 45 from right now, so 25 after?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll start then. We're adjourned.
So while we're in recess here, let's talk a little bit about 1775 coffee. Let me get that to start. So far this morning, we've had kind of an interesting dynamic where this particular expert has been questioned whether she can actually give professional opinions or not. It's kind of interesting the way that this got started. So 1775 coffees. Still haven't tried 1775 coffee? Now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped. Only 1,000 units. You're getting the bold dark roast that hits harder than a CNN fact check, the smooth medium roast, and the vitality mushroom coffee for clean energy and laser focus, no crash. All single origin, small batch, toxin free, and mold free. Plus, you're also getting a gold spoon clip because freedom isn't scooped with plastic. A frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother in law's political opinions. And a black 1775 tumbler that says, I don't take life advice or caffeine from a woke sea witch. $170 worth of coffee and gear, yours for $99. This is for the ones who've been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, wondering if it's actually worth it. Spoiler, it is. Go to 1775coffee.com/studio and grab your starter kit before they're gone. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something, just like Rumble does. Start your day with coffee that actually backs what you believe. It doesn't have to actually be just your morning. I have a coffee most mid-afternoons as well. I just had my second coffee of the day. I couldn't live without it. Try 1775 coffee, guys. Thanks. The one interesting thing that I had heard in the testimony from the expert witness and the sidebar was the fact that they were questioning whether um, nurses have to give informed consent in Wisconsin. And that really surprised me. And she basically said, no, they don't have to, which I find to be very odd. I didn't know that that was a thing, that only doctors have to give informed consent. This is definitely something I want to bring up and talk to with some other doctors or some other people involved as well. I'll ask Barnes about this when I get a chance to talk to Barnes next. Very, very disconcerting if it's true that nurses don't have to give informed consent. I wonder what you guys think about that. Looking at some of the comments here in our chat, yeah, people survive quite a bit of this stuff with having to take those type of medicines, which actually are respiratory system depressants. The fact that they use these and stack them on top of each other is pretty much what we all believe killed her. I think it's pretty obvious that that is true. Unfortunately, they're saying that that was normal or okay or whatever. I don't think it was okay. I think what they did was wrong. Uh, my personal opinion, everything that is shown so far, they murdered this girl. They're culpable for, at the very least, criminally negligent homicide. Uh, but I did talk to Barnes about criminal culpability on this, and he said there's possible culpability, but it's unlikely that anybody will ever go after them for it. So the only option for justice for this family is this case. And I hope it opens the door for more cases just like it. From all the testimony that I have seen so far, I don't think that there's any way that this jury is going to find for the defense. Maybe I'm wrong, or maybe you guys have a different opinion, but that's how I see it so far. Yeah, and one of the chat messages say it's crazy to know that allergies were not questioned. Medical history was never part of medical care, and neither was the discussion of a DNR. Putting a DNR on someone's record when they didn't ask for it, when the power of attorney didn't ask for it, that's ridiculous. How does that happen? And then they follow it like it's gospel, but the fact is they didn't ask for it. To me, that is absolutely criminally negligent, and may even be directly homicidal. I think the fact that the standard of care was breached by all nurses, all doctors, just goes to show how broken our system is. And potentially, this case will bring some of that to light. That's why I started this channel, why I started streaming this today. Going forward, I will stream additional trials as they come up. I've got one slated for the week after this trial is scheduled to end. It's a very interesting murder trial, and I've got another very interesting one coming up in August as well. So we'll definitely cover some more interesting trials that have some public interest. But this one here is what got me started. The reality is that this case needs to be shown, and people need to understand what's going on. The fact that this is not talked about across all news is mind blowing to me, and real again just shows how legacy media and the establishment pharma and medical complex is kind of all in this together. As we know, most legacy media outlets, their number one source of advertising revenue happens to be big pharma. In I don't know if you've watched any news from any major news station. The majority of their ads are medicines for old people. So it's just sad in the state of events that we have today. Again, another comment here in chat. They have a serious God complex. They really do. They don't care about the people. They care about themselves, and this is generally true across all parts of the medical establishment. Uh, it, I think it's worse with the more experienced a doctor is, but there's also really good experienced doctors. I happen to know is like my wife got amazing medical care here in Greece. I also had an incident last year. I almost didn't make it, and had it not been for the amazing care of five cardiologists standing over me, I might not be sitting here today. Had this happened in the States, I would not be sitting here today. The quickness of my care was what saved me, and that is just not available in the United States or even Canada or UK and most other these, let's call them Western nation countries. Um, I'm very grateful that the fact that there are doctors who actually care. And the funny thing is when I asked the doctors how much the bill was at the end, they said "stupid American," laughed at me and told me to go home. And it was amazing. I that emergency hospital visit with five cardiologists and full time care on an entire day in the under their care, $0 out of my pocket to fix that problem. So quite a bit different than we find in the United States, and it's sad. Yeah, and while this may be a controversial topic to some, another comment here says, just them knowing you were not vaccinated, your death certificate was signed immediately. It's basically true. And for whatever reason, they believe that the vaccine, for whatever we want to call this an actual vaccine, was going to be the difference between life and death. And if you didn't take it, you were going to die. And by the looks of it, they made people die as a result of that, kind of the self-fulfilling prophecy. And again, I truly believe that this is beyond malpractice and is criminally negligent homicide, at the very least, if not outright first-degree murder. So Unfortunately, I don't think there's anybody who's ever going to prosecute that, though. So we are on lunch right now. We will be just a few more minutes, and they'll be coming back and starting over again. Just be patient, and we'll start again in just a few minutes.
ventilation, and the patient's oxygen would improve with prone theoretically.
Yes, that's what the studies say.
And you and your nursing colleagues at your Cape Canaveral Hospital were able to prone patients in the ICU, despite the fact that there were no family members permitted in the patient's room to help you. True? Okay. I guess you're cut up a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Ah, there you go. Now it's
I'm
working.
not talking loud enough. Okay, I can do better.
Yeah, the answer to that was true. Okay.
I don't think it's picking up. Okay, thanks.
Now, you were even able to prone patients who were on a ventilator in your COVID unit.
With a great deal of effort, yes.
Okay. I would imagine it can be difficult to do that because of all the tubes and stuff that's attached to the patient.
Correct.
And you never personally encountered a patient that you could not prone because there was no family member in the room to help you with that.
Correct.
I want to talk a little bit about alarms if we could. I understand patients in the COVID ICU unit where you worked in October of 2021 did have alarms to which they were hooked up.
Correct.
Okay. Your patients in the ICU at Cape Canaveral Hospital had standard alarms that included parameters on vital signs, heart rate, blood pressure, and oxygen saturation, for example.
Correct.
These are better chairs.
If a patient were having medications infused, there would also be pump alarms for that patient. Okay. And those pump alarms would let you know if there was some issue with the infusion of a given medication or something.
Correct.
And obviously, if you're having an issue with the medication, you're going to want to know that as a nurse, so that in case there's a problem with the administration, that you can fix the problem.
Correct.
Okay. If a physician, for example, did not want a given patient to fall below maybe a 90% SpO2, there might be an alarm set that would go off if the patient dropped below 90%.
Correct.
And again, that might be important, or that would be important, particularly with a COVID patient, I would imagine, because you're trying to keep the oxygen saturations at a certain level.
Correct.
Okay. And obviously, if you're dropping too low, that's a problem. It might indicate a patient having a problem breathing or getting enough oxygen. True.
It could indicate that the patient had a change in condition, and it could also indicate that there was artifact or that the probes weren't properly placed. There's a number of different things that could be going wrong when you get your alarms.
There are. And in fact, there could be even a false alarm, but there's always a possibility that an alarm is not false and that it's something that indicates a change in condition and needs to be addressed by the nurse. True.
Correct.
Okay. If there were, pump alarms that were going off, or a medication was being infused and were to run out, or a new bag needed to be hung, that's something. An alarm might go off to notify the nurse of that.
Correct.
Alarms are generally doing something when they are placed. For the nurse, if one or more vital sign parameters has gone below the parameter that was set for that patient.
Alarms are there for that purpose, but sometimes they are set in such a way that they alarm so much that the parameters on them can be changed so that they don't alarm as much. Sometimes we set alarms on the monitor and we kind of step away and we don't adjust for when there might be changes. So for instance, if somebody has generally had an oxygen saturation at 88% and we're sitting at 88%, but you've kept your oxygen alarm at 90, every single time it goes to 89, it's going to alarm. So you can reduce that alarm. You can actually go into the monitor and reduce the parameter. Hewlett Packard or some other kind of monitor equipment. Below 88, versus just below 90.
When you silence, for example, an oxygen alarm or an SpO2 alarm at St. Elizabeth Hospital, how long would that be silenced for?
Depends on the monitor equipment. It depends on if it's in Hewlett Packard or some other kind of monitor equipment. In general, over the course of my career, there has been monitor silences for 3 seconds and 10 seconds. Sometimes you can have a 3-minute alarm stop. So you push the button and it suspends the alarm for 3 whole minutes. Sometimes it suspends alarm for 10 seconds. And sometimes it just suspends alarm for only a couple of seconds.
And how about the machine that Grace was using?
I don't know specifically what monitor equipment she was on.
Okay.
But it's pretty standardized. I've worked in dozens and dozens and dozens of hospitals and ICUs, and I've worked with all different kinds of equipment. And I think that kind of stands to the fact that it's standardized anyway. Those kinds of things are quite standardized.
You as a nurse would want to know if there was an alarm going off or if there was an issue with it, obviously, so you could keep an eye on the vital signs of your patient.
Sure, yes.
And there might be times when movement might set off an alarm or a false alarm might occur. But overall, the reason why you have alarms is because you as a nurse want to know if there's a parameter that is falling outside of the parameter that was set by the physician. True?
Correct.
Okay. When you were treating COVID patients in the ICU at Cape Canaveral, you relied on those alarms to keep you up to date on how the patient was doing in terms of vital signs. True?
Correct.
And when you were caring for COVID patients in Cape Canaveral, you would have had multiple patients and could not necessarily be at the bedside at all times.
Correct.
There might be times when, for example, you might be working at the nurse's station or walking by in the hallway where you could not be standing next to the patient. True?
Correct.
And in those instances, if the alarm were to go off, it would alert you to something that was going on and that you should check. Okay. In this particular case, you did not inquire into or look, for example, to see what alarms they had at St. Elizabeth Hospital and how they worked for ICU patients in October of 2021. True?
The judge can't yell at us.
Based on my experience, I could ascertain what alarms the patient was on in an ICU. And the patient's on a monitor for their heart, they're on oxygen saturation, respiratory rate. Sometimes they're on end-tidal CO2, which is a carbon dioxide level. Sometimes they can have an arterial line, which is monitoring their blood pressure all the time. They can have a temperature probe. There's a lot of different things that are up there. Some of them are definitely more important than others.
That's a long list of alarms you just gave there.
It
Those are pretty typical to be on all patients.
In an ICU, I would say, with the exception of end-tidal CO2, we do with ventilated patients, we would have an end-tidal CO2. But to answer your question, typically there would be a heart monitor, blood pressure, respiratory rate, and oxygen saturation.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do to verify that those, in fact, were the alarms that Grace had during her hospitalization?
I'm going to base that on my experience working in ICU
Okay.
for all of these years.
It sounds, based upon your description, like ICUs actually have a lot of alarms,
They do.
and more so even than a normal hospital room, obviously because of the acuity of the patient, I would imagine.
Correct.
Okay, because the patients are particularly acutely ill, it's particularly important that you need to keep on top of those alarms in an ICU as opposed to just a regular floor, I would assume.
Well, it's particularly important that you have parameters set on your alarms that are appropriate so that you know that if that alarms, it's very important, as opposed to something that's just alarming repeatedly and then you get alarm fatigue. So you want to make sure that your alarms are set appropriately.
Okay. Do you have any, I guess, evidence you can point to indicate that any of the dedicated nurses who were taking care of Grace had, as you put it, alarm fatigue at any point? I want you to, this is not a bad time. You have exhibit number 56 in front of you. Could you?
Linda has my exhibits. I took them off of here because I didn't know.
We'll have exhibit number 56 provided.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
do you have Exhibit 56 in front?
I do.
Okay, now you had talked a little bit about this on your direct examination, and this is some notes by Emily Fisher, who was the nurse overnight from October 9th to October 10th. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay, I want to reference one that you had mentioned in your own testimony earlier. It looks like Emily made an entry at about 23:37 in the evening of the 9th. So that would be 11:37 p.m. roughly?
Yes. 11:37. Yes.
I noticed in that note, she's talking about some pump alarms. And it says, about halfway through that note, it says, parent demanded that monitor alarms and IV alarms be completely turned off and SpO2 device be removed from the patient. Did I read that correctly?
That's what it says here.
What's the SpO2 device? What are we referencing there?
That's a pulse oximeter that goes on the finger.
Okay, and that measures, for instance, oxygenation level.
Correct.
Okay, that's where you want to stay above roughly 95, 96%?
Well, it depends on the patient condition.
Okay, and that's one where if that number gets low, gets into the 80s, the 70s or lower, that's a problem, right?
Well, yes.
Okay, and certainly it would be problematic to remove the SpO2 device completely suffering from COVID in the ICU. You'd agree with that? Okay, that would not be an appropriate intervention. For example, if a advocate or a family member were to demand that a nurse remove the SpO2 device from an individual completely in a COVID ICU, that is not something that a nurse should do, right?
If a family member demanded such a thing, we would be having a conversation about what his goals were. I have never, in my experience, ever had a patient demand that monitoring equipment be removed. So there's something going on here.
Okay. Have you ever had a family member demand that all IV alarms be completely turned off?
Family members be very upset about alarms. There's no doubt about it. And they have valid concerns.
Okay, and have you as a nurse ever complied with the request and just turned off all the alarms in an ICU?
I have lowered volumes on alarms, and I have made changes to things in order to diminish the amount of the alarms that are going off. For instance, with an IV, if an IV keeps going off, if it keeps alarming, there's something going on with the IV. So maybe it's positional. If the IV is positional, then you want to change the IV and put it in a place, or immobilize the arm so that it works better. Sometimes you need a new IV. Sometimes the pump is faulty and you just have a bad pump. I've seen that happen. So if alarms are going off a lot, so much so that it's causing a lot of distress and a lot of complaints, then you want to try to figure out what's going on and mitigate that in some capacity. But no, I would not remove all alarms on a patient, but I certainly would be working with the person who's concerned about them and trying to mitigate that problem.
Be dangerous, in fact, to remove all alarms and the SpO2 device completely from an ill COVID patient in an ICU, wouldn't it?
Yes, and I'm certain that Mr. Schara would not put his daughter at risk by having a major piece of monitoring removed.
Right.
I think he's demonstrated that his care for his daughter was very, very comprehensive, and his monitoring, he would have wanted equipment to stay.
Absolutely, absolutely. And yet the note says that he demanded that IV alarms be completely turned off and the SpO2 device be removed.
Well, I question the veracity of that statement.
Okay, okay. During the time you were caring for patients in the ICU between August and October of 2021 in Cape Canaveral, were you required to wear standard personal protective equipment? And that's kind of referred to as PPE,
Personal protective equipment, yes, sir.
And that personal protective equipment included things, as I understand it, like goggles, an N95 mask, a gown, gloves, things like that.
Correct.
Okay. In fact, I think you had mentioned a little earlier in your testimony when you would help people with the BiPAP machine because maybe one of your colleagues was already all gowned up. It's kind of described as a space suit.
I guess you could call it that.
Okay.
I never called it that.
You don't know if there was a requirement in your hospital at Cape Canaveral that all caregivers must wear PPE, but you do know that everyone did it while you were there in that unit. Okay. While you were caring for patients on that COVID unit, there were no nurses who failed to wear PPE in those patient rooms. True?
I can't speak to whether or not every room with a specific amount, purpose of PPE. Sometimes people will go in without gloves and they might not have goggles on, you know, so whether or not everybody went into every room every time with everything.
Okay. You understood in October of 2021 that personal protective equipment was worn by caregivers in the COVID ICU for the purpose of trying to prevent you as the caregiver from being infected by COVID, true?
Correct.
Okay. Because obviously you were going to be in close contact with a person in that ICU that you knew was infected with COVID, so there's a possibility of infection.
Correct.
Okay. You do not subscribe to a belief that hospitals in the United States are engaged in deliberately euthanizing the elderly and the infirm, do you?
No.
You yourself have never, I would assume, participated as a healthcare provider in the deliberate euthanizing of a patient in a hospital setting as part of some sort of program. You've never witnessed in any hospital or other medical facility over the course of your long nursing career the deliberate euthanizing of a patient as part of some sort of policy. Now, Mr. Schara has testified here during this trial as to his belief that COVID-19 was a plandemic and not a pandemic, that in fact COVID was planned by one or more government entities in the service of a euthanasia agenda. You do not similarly subscribe to the belief that COVID-19 was planned by one or more government entities in service of a euthanasia agenda?
No, he's entitled to his opinions.
Okay. Mr. Schara has also testified for us as to his belief that the COVID vaccine is a bioweapon developed by Pfizer in conjunction with the United States Department of Defense for the explicit purpose of deliberately increasing all-cause mortality and causing sickness in the population of the United States. Do you subscribe to a similar belief?
No.
Okay. I would like to, if I may, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yeah.
Okay. See that. Do you recognize that document?
Do?
As I understand it, this is a copy of your expert service agreement,
Yes, sir.
and this is an agreement that you signed in order to serve as an expert for Mr. Schara,
Yes, sir.
and it's an agreement signed with the Mendenhall Law Group.
Yes, sir.
You are, I would assume, being compensated for your service in this case?
Time?
Okay, and your fees would be laid out in that document?
Yes, sir.
But what are those fees?
So it's $200 an hour for review of medical records and itemized billing, document writing reports, and phone consultations.
Okay. Now, I think on the second page of this document, the date on this document is February 5th of 2024. Is that the day you were officially retained?
Correct.
Okay. You do not know when the lawsuit was filed in this case, for example, whether the lawsuit was filed before or after you were retained?
My understanding is the lawsuit was filed in April of 2023.
Okay. So as of the time that you were retained to actually look at the records, according to that, at least, the lawsuit had been ongoing for a year and a half already?
Looks like it, yeah.
Okay,
Looks like about a year,
okay.
1 year.
So, I mean, assuming that's accurate and you were retained for the first time in February 5th of 2024, we can surmise that you had not offered an opinion on this case to Mr. Schara or his attorneys relative to nursing care, certainly before the lawsuit was filed.
No, sir.
The lawsuit must in fact have been filed and existing before you were asked to testify to whether or not the nurses breached the standard.
Correct.
This is the first case, I believe you had indicated, in which you offered expert testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I hope the experience hasn't been too trying.
Very interesting.
Okay. Prior to agreeing to sign up to be an expert for Mr. Schara in this case, you had, I understand, listened to him speak a couple of times on the internet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Prior to February of 2024, you were part of what I understand to be a text chat group which involved other nurses from around the country?
Briefly, correct.
And this chat group included nurses who had also worked in hospitals during the COVID pandemic. In this text chat group, you and the other nurses would share your feelings about working in hospitals during the COVID pandemic?
There wasn't a lot of sharing. I sought these other nurses to connect. I was living in a new town. I had just moved up, and I was looking for a connection, and I went seeking that. So I sought nurses, but I didn't really get a lot of connection through this virtual way. So it was fleeting. And, we had a couple of exchanges, but I don't really like that. I wanted something a little bit deeper and richer, and so I just abandoned it.
Okay. You and the other nurses on this text chat group would, for example, share your feelings, like feelings of sadness because of all the patients who died as a result of COVID. Okay.
Seeking the support for, yeah.
And I think, as we've already established, you were pretty hard hit by the difficult.
Yeah.
And I think, as we've already established, you were pretty hard hit by the difficult.
Yeah. Asked me if I would be an expert, and then she said it was him. She said, are you interested in being an expert? And I said, yes. And then she told me it was Mr. Schara.
Okay. You're not able to identify the name of that person.
Actually, after that, when I was in deposition, I couldn't remember her name, but it came to me later. Her name was Gail.
Gail. Okay. And at your deposition, you did tell me you couldn't
I
remember.
couldn't remember her name. That's how fleeting the conversations were.
Okay. Your next contact regarding this case was from Mr. Schara himself in January of 2024?
It would, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
You assume that Mr. Schara got your contact information from this unidentified nurse, Gail, who had initially asked you whether you'd be interested in serving as an expert?
I expect so.
Okay. Mr. Schara told you that he needed a nurse to be an expert for him?
He wanted someone to identify breaches in the nursing standard of care.
Okay. And did he inform you at that time that, in fact, his lawsuit had been pending for a year and a half and he did not yet have someone to support his case against the nurses?
Objection. Case.
Okay. Mr. Schara explained the facts of the case to you, at least as he saw them? Okay. You agreed to speak with Mr. Schara's attorneys before you were provided any medical records in the case?
Correct.
Your next contact in the case was from Mr. Schara's attorneys about a week after you initially spoke to Mr. Schara.
If that's what I said in my deposition, then that was it. I think the timelines.
As I understand, you spent about 20 minutes speaking to Mr. Schara's attorneys about the case on that occasion?
Correct.
You agreed to take the case on as an expert after speaking to Mr. attorneys, but before you received any documents or medical records to review, true?
Correct.
Okay. You drafted your original report in this case based upon nothing but the medical records and information that had been imparted verbally to you by Mr. Schara.
Hers were 1,137 pages, so yes, a lot of information.
At the time you drafted your original report in this case, you did not have the benefit of any deposition testimony at that point.
Correct.
Okay. And then as I understand it, you did like a second follow-up report after you had some deposition testimony.
Correct.
Okay. I'll talk a little bit about October 10th of 2021. Allison Bartholtz explained in her deposition the reasons underlying her decision to ask Mr. Schara to leave the hospital on the morning of Sunday, October 10th, 2021. True?
Repeat the question, please.
Sure. Allison Bartholtz, the nurse who told Mr. Schara that he would need to leave the hospital on the morning of October 10th, testified in her deposition to the reasons underlying her decision.
In her deposition, correct.
Right. Okay. And obviously, I think as we've established, you did not have the benefit of that deposition when you authored your first report in this case.
Correct.
Okay. And you agree that Nurse Bartholtz would be the best person to explain the reasons underlying her decision to tell Mr. Schara that he would need to the hospital that morning. True?
That she would be the best person?
Yes, she would be the best person, or the person best positioned to explain the reasons underlying her decision to tell Mr. Schara that he needed to leave the hospital that morning. True?
Correct.
And you understand from reading her testimony that she conferred with the hospital coordinator and with her manager before deciding to ask Mr. Schara to leave or to tell Mr. Schara that he would need to leave that morning.
Correct. She said that in deposition.
Okay. And you cannot point to any authority that would support a contention that Nurse Bartholtz had a duty to consult with a physician before asking Mr. Schara or telling Mr. Schara that he would need to leave the hospital that morning. True?
I can't imagine asking a family member to leave without consulting with the attending physician first, especially in this where the family member had been allowed in and to stay in despite really strict COVID visitation. When you work in the intensive care unit, you're in a constant conversation with the doctors. You see them, they're sitting at the desk. They're not far away. You know that you're getting ready to evict a family member. You're going to talk to the doctor.
Okay. Well, I guess my question is a little more precise. You cannot point to any authority that would support a contention that Nurse Bartholtz had a duty to consult with a physician before telling Mr. Schara he would need to leave the hospital that morning. True?
I don't have to point to any kind of special research article that says that you need to talk to the doctor before you decide to evict the primary advocate for a young lady with Down syndrome.
Mm-hmm. Is the answer to my question then no, you did not?
A research article or any treatise.
Okay. One of the reasons given by Nurse Bartholtz for asking Mr. Schara to leave the hospital on October 10th was that he exhibited signs of COVID. True?
Was in the deposition.
Okay. You're unable to say how ill Mr. Schara actually was on the morning of October 10th. True?
I don't know that.
Okay. You read in Mr. Schara's deposition that he admitted he was symptomatic with symptoms of COVID on the morning of October 10th. True?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, you agree that Mr. Schara became actively symptomatic sometime between October 6th and October 10th. True?
He must have.
Okay. You agree that St. Elizabeth had a strict COVID visitor policy that was in place in October of 2021. True?
COVID policy, visitation policy, that they had allowed him to stay, go beyond those restrictions.
Did not actually review any specific St. Elizabeth visitor policy. True?
Correct. Yes, I did not.
Okay. There was no amount of negotiation or accommodation, if offered by nurses to Mr. Schara on the morning of October 10th, that would have changed the fact that Mr. Schara was at COVID that morning, is there?
I don't understand the question.
I'll read it again. There's no amount of accommodation that could have been offered by the nurses to Mr. Schara on the morning of October 10th that would have changed the simple fact that he was actively sick with COVID that morning, is there?
Not a negotiation about the COVID, but there's a negotiation about how to handle his being evicted and how to properly and appropriately provide an advocate to the bedside before his eviction or soon thereafter, and plan for that.
Okay. You also learned from Nurse Barkhold's deposition that she asked Mr. Schara to leave the hospital or told him he would need to leave the hospital that morning, not only because he was actively symptomatic with COVID, but also because he was turning off alarms in Grace's room. True?
That was what the nurse's note said. They did not say anything about COVID.
Mr. Schara admitted in his deposition that he did in fact turn off alarms in Grace's room. Mr. Schara, in fact, admitted that he did not know which alarms he was turning off when he did so. True?
Question of unnecessary versus necessary alarms that he was talking about in his deposition.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. As an ICU nurse, which alarms that were attached to Grace in October of 2015, or excuse me, 2021, was unnecessary?
Sometimes you have a real sketchy cardiac monitor, and every time the patient moves, it registers that it's VTAC or it's some other kind of lethal arrhythmia, and it alarms. And once the patient stops moving, then it goes back to normal. Well, if a nurse has to gown, glove, mask, goggle, and put on a spacesuit every single time that they come in to fix the alarm, then that would be very difficult and very strenuous for everyone. So it's just an example of how an alarm might be something that you could have the patient, family member help you in some ways. It's not outside the realm of possibility.
A sketchy cardiac monitor at any time?
I don't know that.
Did she have a sketchy monitor of any time?
Well, there was a lot of information in the depositions about the oxygen saturation machines being a lot of different numbers and a lot of different times. So to answer your question, there was some sketchiness in the monitoring equipment.
Okay. Assuming, of course, she was not the one that Mr. Schara had in fact silenced, right?
I don't know which ones he was silencing.
Okay. You can't say that Mr. Schara was turning off only unnecessary alarms prior to being told he would need to leave the hospital, true?
Correct.
You would agree with me that ICU alarms are important to an ICU nurse to provide care to a patient? Okay. You possess no evidence that Grace's sleep was ever affected by any alarm while she was in the ICU, true?
And states in the deposition, Mr. Schara states that he identified her sleep to be affected by the alarms, and alarms affect sleep. If the alarm is going off repeatedly when you're trying to sleep, it's going to wake you up. So it's going to disturb your sleep, and you're never going to get any kind of deep restorative rest.
And I understand when you first developed your opinions in this case, you did so on the basis of your review simply of the medical record.
Correct.
Okay, and you rely on the medical record as a nurse, obviously, because that has things like vital signs and important things of that nature.
We're the stewards of the medical record.
Okay, is there anything in terms of the medical record, your actual review of the medical record, that would provide you any evidence whatsoever that Grace's sleep was being disturbed by any alarms?
Sleep might have been disturbed in as much as that she showed signs of agitation after a few days. They woke her up in the middle of the night to take vital signs on the very first day. So whether or not disturbed is not something that's far outside of the realm of possibility, in that in hospitals you don't get much sleep. And if there are alarms going off, that's another factor in all of the other factors that affect sleep. And when somebody's trying to get rest in the hospital, it can affect a lot of things, including causing agitation.
Okay. And I've heard a lot of could and may there, but I'm wondering if you're in a position to be able to point to any specific documentation in the record that you reviewed that would tell me whether her sleep was being affected and to what extent.
Anything specific?
You would not therefore be in a position to determine, for example, how many hours of sleep Grace was actually getting on any given evening?
Yeah, they didn't have that there.
Okay. You recall from Nurse Barkholz's note in the medical records that she did discuss with Mr. Schara and his wife that virtual visitation was offered and that a plan was set up for FaceTime with the family on an iPad?
Plan was in substandard and not comprehensive.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess the question is, you recall that her note in the medical record said that she did discuss with Mr. Schara and his wife a virtual visitation plan. That was discussed, true?
Well, it may have been discussed, but I don't know how it was going to be communicated to any nurses coming on the next shift, because there was no care plan and nothing was put in the medical record about how they would communicate that.
You are aware that Nurse Barkholz did offer to set up with the agreement of the Scharas a mechanism for virtual visitation for the Scharas after Mr. Schara left the hospital that morning, true?
Yes, I saw that note.
But he had an attorney that he hired. That attorney was in the process of negotiating with the hospital how best to replace him with another family member in person after he left the hospital, true?
Yes, there was an attorney that was retained in order to get Jessica to the bedside, but again, I think that should have been taken care of without the need for an attorney prior to the eviction. That should have been something that was taken care of well before attorney had to get involved in it.
Well, Grace was successfully prone by the nursing staff on October 10th of 2021 after Mr. Schara left the hospital that day, Drew?
It says so in the nurse's notes.
Okay. There's no evidence in the record that Scott Schara's absence from Grace's hospital room precluded the nursing staff from effectively proning Grace after he left.
No, but Grace didn't stay in the prone position often, and when you put somebody in the prone position, it's kind of hard to stay there. You imagine, I don't know the stomach sleepers in here, but if you don't sleep on your stomach very often, it's very difficult to stay in that position. So having somebody to coach you and keep you there and talk to you, because what do? You're lying there on your face. You can't even turn around and look at the TV now. If you have a phone, maybe you can look at the phone, but you would want somebody to be there with you if you could. And it would be great if Mr. Schara had been able to be there to encourage his daughter while she was in the prone position. And she did move out of the prone position sometimes. So it would have been effective for him.
No, okay, maybe I misheard you then, because I thought you had just told me that Grace was in fact successfully proned by the nursing staff on October 10th after he left.
Sure, of course. I mean, yes,
So
but she would have been optimized and also had her father there or Jessica and been able to have emotional support, which is what we want when we're in the hospital.
Okay. And there's no evidence in the record that Scott Schara's absence from Grace's hospital room precluded the nursing staff from placing her in a prone position on the 10th.
No, I saw that they did put her in a prone position.
Okay. On both October 10th and October 11th, Grace, in fact, was successfully prone by the nursing staff, despite the fact that her father was not in the room personally with her at those times. True?
Correct.
Actually, it is October 10th and the 11th, both days. You answered correct.
Correct.
On October 12th, the next day, Grace was again successfully proned by the nursing staff, once again, despite the fact that Mr. Schara was not present in the room to aid in that proning. True?
Correct.
On October 12th in the afternoon, the records indicate that Grace was once again successfully proned by the nursing staff, once again, despite the fact that Mr. Schara was not present in the hospital to aid in that proning. True?
Correct.
Once again, on the morning of October 13th, according to the records, Grace was once again successfully prone by the nursing staff, even though Mr. Schara was not personally present in the hospital to aid in that proning.
Yes, he was not there and she was appropriately prone. Can I qualify that, or worried or concerned that her father wasn't there? What was? Well, how was she doing in that situation? And I don't know that. I don't know what her mental status was, or her psychological status, or whether or not she was struggling. I don't know. All I knew, well, all I can tell from the medical record is that Mr. Schara was, that the things that the nurses said about Mr. Schara, and I never heard anything about what they did to help that part, to help Mr. Schara or to help Grace with that relationship.
Scott Schara's daughter and Grace's sister Jessica was present with Grace in the hospital from October 11th through the 13th, true?
On and off.
Okay. The period between the morning of October 10th and the afternoon October 11th was the period of time when Grace did not have someone at her bedside?
Correct.
Okay. And you were aware when developing your opinions in this case that Grace's mother was her primary power of attorney?
Her father had been at the bedside for this entire time. Her mother was her mother. So the father had been at the bedside and had been the primary person. I'm sure she turned around and saw her mother. She would have been delighted, but her mother was at home.
Right. Her mother was kept apprised by you had done when you were caring.
But now she's alone.
Okay. You're aware that Cindy, Grace's mother, could not be present in the hospital because she had symptoms of COVID herself, right? And Grace's mother, despite being listed as her power of attorney, communicated with the hospital and with Grace entirely through remote means, true?
This stated the evidence.
To overrule it, you can answer if you know.
What was the question, please?
Grace's mother, despite being listed as Grace's primary power of attorney, communicated with hospital staff with Grace entirely through remote means throughout the hospitalization.
Multiple communications between with Cindy and the staff. I know that there were communications. I don't know about multiple.
You're not critical of the fact that Cindy Schara communicated remotely during communication with her caregivers?
What, critical?
Yes.
I don't understand why it would be critical of her communicating with them.
Well, Cindy was unable to be at the bedside. She was still able to communicate. So I just want to make sure that you are not critical of the hospital, for example, of not allowing Cindy into the hospital.
If you're confusing me, I'm sure you're confusing them. I have no idea where you're going with this.
You don't need to know where I'm going with it.
I mean, I don't understand the question. Like,
okay, you do not hold an opinion, do you, that anyone fell below the standard of care because Cindy was not in the hospital or communications were made with Cindy through only remote means, true?
no, I'm not critical of them for that.
During the time period between the morning of October 10th and the afternoon of October 11th, there was remote communication system in place, and there was in fact communication going back and forth between Grace's parents and Grace's caregivers on the 10th. True?
Yes, I'm just imagining Grace in that room with a virtual communication tool.
And is the answer yes? It was a simple yes.
What was the question again?
Yes.
I'm just thinking about this.
During the time between October 10th and the afternoon of October 11th,
Mhm.
there was a remote communication system in place, and communication was in fact going back and forth between Grace's parents and her caregivers. True? Okay.
Whether or not it was effective for what Grace needed as far as emotional support and role relationship and stress and coping, I don't believe that that was appropriate.
You don't recall anything in the record to suggest that there was ever a time when Mr. and Mrs. Schara could not reach Grace's doctors or vice versa, true?
I don't know that of the medical record.
There's no evidence in the record to suggest that Grace's sister Jessica was inhibited in any way from contacting her parents virtually at any time on October 13th, true?
No,
There's nothing in the record to suggest that Jessica did not have the ability to contact her parents at any time on the 13th.
no,
There's nothing in the record to support a contention that Jessica did not have the ability to ask questions or to understand what was going on with Grace's care in her room while she was present with Grace, true?
there's nothing to indicate she couldn't. Although I will qualify that as well. So yes, she may have been in the room, but those isolation rooms, you don't call it isolation for nothing. Those rooms are closed and there's a patient in there and Jessica's in there. And in order for the nurses to come into the room, you have glove, mask, put on your spacesuit. And so then they have to come into the room in order to have these conversations. That isolation situation does not lend itself.
We're talking about remote communication.
Open communication. So whether or not Jessica had access consistently to ask questions,
You recall including some oxygen saturations in your report?
court said,
Second, it's an objection. In her report, right?
Minute or marked or report.
That's true. I asked you at lunch, are you not planning on doing that?
Like to do it, but I don't have a printer.
you can send it to a clerk to do that.
Mark?
Yes.
Okay, and so then it's not hearsay, since it's part of her report? So the objection will be overruled with the expectation that we're gonna mark both her original report and rebuttal report.
I tell you what, I can rephrase the question to make things a little smoother. An oxygenation saturation of 54% would be concerning to you as an ICU nurse.
Absolutely.
Okay, and if an oxygen saturation of 54% would be concerning to you as an ICU nurse, an oxygen saturation of 46% would equally be concerning to you, true? Numbers of those nature, numbers like that, if they are in Grace's record, would indicate that she is not oxygenating sufficiently, true?
Correct.
Okay. Oxygen saturations of 54% and 46% constitute an emergency, true?
Correct.
You're not able to tell me based upon your education, training, or experience the effect that Grace's damage having on her ability to oxygenate at that point in time on October 13th, true?
Correct.
Okay. You would agree that the pharmacological impact of combining medications would fall outside the scope of nursing expertise and would prevent a definitive assessment by you of the role of Precedex, lorazepam, and morphine, true?
ICU nurses administer potent, very strong medications, and some of them are what called potentiate each other. And we would definitely want to administer those with caution and monitor extra closely, knowing that in combination they can be lethal.
Okay. You placed in your report, you specifically indicated that the pharmacological impact of combining medication outside the scope of nursing expertise. That is an accurate statement, is it not?
It falls outside of the nursing expertise in that I would not prescribe them, but I would monitor them and I would alert the physician on the assessment that I made based on those three meds given in conjunction.
And you do not obviously prescribe medications.
No, I do not.
You mentioned a little bit of your standard nursing language of those domains 1 through 13. We saw
Yes,
those
sir.
on the screen.
Mhm.
Okay. You cannot cite for me any source that would support a contention that those 13 domains set forth the standard of care applicable to ICU nursing in the state of Wisconsin as of October 2021, true?
The State Board of Nursing on the State Board of Nursing nurses standard practice for licensed nurses. In Chapter 6, the Wisconsin, it's a Nurse Practice Act, but it's not called a Nurse Practice Act. It's called the Standards of Practice for Licensed Nurses. And in that, there is what I talked about before, assess, plan, implement, evaluate. And under assessment, it says collection of information to develop a nursing diagnosis. Plan is planning under a nursing diagnosis. Implementation doesn't mention the nursing diagnosis, but evaluation is evaluate and then change or amend the nursing diagnosis.
Okay, those 13 domains, you described those as NANDA's standard nursing language, true?
Correct. NANDA is the North American Nursing Diagnosis Association, and then it's an I, international, and that is a framework for common language and terminology and vocabulary so that we can have a common language, which is what I put up there on the screen so that nurses have nomenclature or vocabulary in order to identify diagnoses.
Let me ask you that question utilizing that particular language. You cannot cite to me any authority or other source that would support your contention that NANDA's standard language domains 1 through 13 sets forth the standard of care applicable to ICU nursing in the state of Wisconsin as of October of 2021, correct?
The nursing standards on the Wisconsin State Board of Nursing mention that and have actually within the assessment and the process of nursing mentions the nursing diagnosis. NANDA is the organization that classifies the nursing diagnosis.
May I approach the witness? Thank you.
We put a sticker on it then. Sure, and then clerk will go over. It's okay. So we're referring to exhibit 414. Yes.
I'm sorry, speak up. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What we marked as exhibit 414, which is an original transcript of your deposition testimony.
Okay,
Okay, you can open it up, and I want to reference a specific page. Let me know when you have it open.
Answer to be
291.
and you'll see.
I'm here.
Great. And just as a little bit of background, you gave a deposition under oath on December 17th of 2024, true?
Yes,
Okay, and I was asking you questions and you were answering under oath any questions that I posed to you at that deposition, true?
correct.
Okay, I'd like to reference page 291 if we could. I'm going to read to you a question that I put to you starting at line 9. The question is as follows. Can you cite to me every authority or other source that would support your contention that NANDA's standard nursing language, domains 1 through 13, sets forth the standard of care applicable to ICU nursing in the state of Wisconsin as of October of 2021? Your answer to that question was no. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. You are unable to point to any section of the ANA standards of practice that would apply specifically to ICU nursing in the state of Wisconsin in 2021 as well?
Yes.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
All right, Attorney Guzzi.
Just move my position.
I just have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
Can't explain slow. Just a couple of questions about the Pulse law.
Yes, sir.
I think you described it as something that a patient signs off on, that they can then carry with them as they go from state to state or hospital. Is that fair?
Well, I said that it was available for that purpose if the patient wanted it that way, but it's not necessarily meant to be portable, but it is portable.
It's the type of form that a patient who, for example, may have end-stage pancreatic cancer might fill out so that in the event in the movie theater it collapsed because of cardiac arrest and they've expressed a desire to not be resuscitated, EMS has some sort of indication that they are not supposed to resuscitate that patient, right? So this is more of an outpatient type of form or situation than an inpatient.
It can be, it is used outpatient. It can be used in the hospital.
Most likely scenario where that happens is, number one, the patient comes into the hospital with one of those forms, right? Or the patient has a DNR in the hospital in place, but they recover sufficiently to be discharged. At that point in time, one of those forms would be filled out so that the next facility, or again, EMS, would, that this patient does not want resuscitated measures, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Redirect Mr. Administrator and give you back the microphone. If you're, oh, you're going to stay seated?
Well, I'm gonna stay seated, but I'm gonna certainly stay seated for the first question. You may have.
Mr. Administrator, we have those two reports. Do you want the clerk to mark those?
Yes, please.
And is it okay if she does the original report is 71 and the rebuttal is 72? Does that work for defense?
That's fine.
Yeah, I would defense. Good with those numbers? Mr. Frankowiak, any objection? Attorney Guzzi? Okay.
You modify those numbers to 74 and 75, original and rebuttal.
All right. Does that work for the defense? And then I'm going to have the clerk also hand to you, Attorney Frankowiak, what's been marked as Exhibit 70, and you and Attorney Guzzi can start looking through that whenever you have a minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Nurse Eichinger, I'd like to start with your deposition when Mr. Frankowiak was asking you about page 291, and he repeated the question that begins at line 9. You could go there and tell me when you're ready. Read you exact language of his question. Can you cite to me every authority or other source that would support your contention that NANDA's standard language domains 1 through 13 sets forth the standard of care applicable to ICU nursing in the state of Wisconsin as of October of 2021? And you answered no. Why did you answer no?
Because I can't name every.
Patients in your COVID ICU unit who were sedated. And sedation.
Your care and treatment
of patients in the ICU in Cape Canaveral, Florida. You remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
And he asked you about your personal experience with regard to virtual visitation and how it was effective at that time, correct?
Yes, sir.
However, you never treated a patient that was cognitively impaired, such as Grace, during that time period, correct?
No, I didn't.
I think he asked you the question, in your lengthy experience, and we can all agree you had a lengthy experience as a nurse. He asked you about alarms. And my question regarding those alarms is, based upon your experience in various ICUs all over the country, do you have an understanding of whether or not those alarms are redundant? And by that I mean they're not just going off in the room, but they're going off in other places in the hospital? Do you have an
Correct.
understanding about that?
Yeah. We have 100%, if it's an intensive care unit, they're going off in the room and they're going off at the nurse's station for sure. That is a given because you're in the intensive care unit. There's also sometimes we had a medication machine called a Pyxis. And in that room at Cape Canaveral, we had an actual screen up there with all the patients' EKGs and their monitoring equipment, their monitoring readings while we were in the room doing other things so that we could see at that time too. So yes, the answer is yes. There's plenty of places besides being inside the room to see the alarms. As a matter of fact, that being said, you can adjust the volume on some of these alarms. And so for instance, you could, if it's an oxygen saturation, you could have the monitor going off at the nurse's station while you were charting, and then in the room sleeping, you could actually turn the alarm volume down to make it a little bit more feasible to get some rest. So yes, you have plenty of opportunities to see what's going on besides walking into the room.
Speaking of feasible, it's entirely feasible, and as you've read in the deposition transcripts of Schara, that he was instructed by nursing as to how to soften those alarms or, quote, reset those alarms in Grace's room while they were still going off at the nurse's station.
Correct. And I have actually done that with patients before. They've helped me because I've said, okay, these are the parameters. This is what you can silence. And then this is when you need to call me, get me in here.
You reviewed the medical record with respect to the care and treatment on October 12th and 13th, where Nurse McInnes was the ICU nurse in charge of Grace's care, correct?
Yes.
Testified to that. We also have had testimony in this courtroom that Grace was Nurse McInnes's only patient during a 12-hour shift on the 12th and on the 13th. Are you aware of that?
I'm now.
If Nurse McInnes is not at the bedside, she would have been at the bedside because the record has some recognition of when she was at bedside, right? Okay. If she's not at bedside, she should be at the nursing station, correct? Is there any place else she might be during a 12-hour shift if she's not at bedside or at the nursing station?
She could be in the break room. She could be running a lab down. She could be in another person's room helping other patients. That's the extent of it.
If she's going to run a lab down, doesn't she have other people that
sometimes you do those kinds of things, because you have an opportunity to take a walk. You might run labs down, but I just kept trying to think of any reason that you would, not be at the bedside. But if you have one patient, you have great opportunities to spend a lot of time with your patient and to interact with them. And you can do lots of things. You can fluff them and bathe them and talk to them. And
You could.
you can do stuff.
Exhibit 50, do you still have exhibit 56 in front of you?
Okay.
Up on the screen. I did this based upon Mr. Frankowiak's cross-examination. For this section on 1010 that we're in the process of highlighting. The references that the parent requests that all alarms be turned off inside a room. He doesn't say about turning all alarms off.
No.
Period.
No, he doesn't. That's a reasonable request.
Nurse Fisher goes on to say, explain that this is not possible and not safe due to the amount of time nursing staff spends at the bedside, the room with the patient.
I don't know what that means. No, I've read that multiple times and I still don't know what that means. I don't understand if it's not safe due to the amount of time nursing staff spends at the bedside in the room. I don't understand that.
Doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. I've never really understood it.
Nurse Fisher goes on to say, parent requests Dr. Beck and unit supervisor.
And
This was entered into the record at 6:14. Requested. He got kicked out of
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
You were asked about your fee agreement. And Mr. Frankowiak asked you questions about when you got involved, when you were retained, when you spoke to Mr. Schara, when you spoke to us. And the fact that this was approximately a year, although it kept saying a year and a half, it's approximately a year after the case, after the lawsuit was filed, right? I mean, you're aware, are you not, that Dr. Perdine had already given substantial opinions and had reviewed all those medical records prior to your being involved, right?
Know the name Dr. Berdine yet.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
Would it surprise you if I told you that we've already heard testimony by Dr. Perdine that he had medical records before the case was even filed?
Oh, wow. Yeah, that would surprise me.
And it doesn't seem appropriate to you that Dr. Perdine, as a critical care physician, with especially in pulmonology and medicine, that it wouldn't seem appropriate for him to render opinions in this courtroom regarding the standard of care for nurses, would it?
No.
Mr. Frankowiak asked you a question related to Emily Fisher being, quote, best positioned to explain the rationale for ejecting Mr. Schara.
Colts. It was Bar Colts, not Fisher.
It's actually Barclays.
So he said, so repeat that with her name in there.
Fisher, whether she was, quote, best positioned
Right,
to explain the rationale for ejecting Mr. Schara.
right. He asked me if I thought that she was best positioned.
Right. And you disagreed with that?
I mean,
Or am I confusing?
I'm confused, yeah.
Colts versus Fisher.
So what was your question?
Well, I'm getting at what Mr. Frankowiak asked you about who was best positioned to explain the rationale for Mr. Schara's eviction from the room, from the hospital.
Well, she was the one that came to the room and explained the reason that he was leaving, and she brought the guard, and she was the person that did it.
Nurse Barclays.
Colts.
Right.
Right.
It was Nurse Fisher, was it not, who wrote the narrative regarding his requests or demands?
Correct.
And the
She was the night shift nurse.
Right.
So Fisher was a night shift nurse, and she had documented contentious interactions between she and Mr. Schara. Mr. Schara asked for it to be escalated to the nursing supervisor and to speak to the doctor, and then the nursing supervisor came in with the guard, and he was ejected at 8 o'clock in the morning, evicted.
Right. Mr. Frankowiak asked you a series of questions regarding the fact that Grace was capable of being prone on the 12th and the 13th, despite the fact that Mr. Schara had been unceremoniously evicted, right?
Yes.
All those questions. Isn't it true that Jess was in the room during those times?
Sometimes.
Sometimes on the 12th and 13th?
It would have been the 11th and 12th.
11th and
Yeah.
12th. And you read depositions, you read the deposition of Jessica where she stated that she was trying to calm Grace?
Yes, she was holding her hand and talking to her.
Assisting in trying to calm Grace?
She would have been a side person that was helping her. Support.
Any one of those. They're the one.
Okay.
Yeah. That's line nine.
See it? Council, you want to approach then and go to roll?
Like, they don't have anything to do.
Whoa. I got like research stuff. I used to do that.
Okay.
What's going to happen. So there's going to be a document eventually marked as an exhibit. And I'm going to allow it to be shown the way that Mr. Mendenhall wants it to be shown. I'm not sure what the answer is, because you guys will have to decide. But the objection is that there are at least 2 representations on this demonstrative exhibit that are not part of the medical record. I told the attorneys when we were just standing here, I haven't seen the 1,100 pages of the medical record, so I don't know if they're in there or not. You've seen about the same amount that I've seen. And you'll be able to decide if those are in the medical records. I also told the defense attorneys that they can cross-examine this witness about whether the 2 things that we're going to talk about are in the medical records or not. And then Mr. Mendenhall, or sorry, Mr. Administrator, you can ask questions as when that gets thrown up, whether or not those are in the medical records. So I'm not sure if you're representing that they are or they're not, but you'll be stuck with whatever you're doing, and then the jurors will be able to use it to whatever degree you think is relevant for your analysis.
Sure. Thank you, Judge. Let's go ahead and publish it.
And you can stand up if it's easier to take a look at that.
And you can use the doctor's stick. It's easier.
And just to point out that, so the jurors see the 2 items that I'm talking about, so you're not sitting there worrying about it, is on the bottom or midway down, the black ink that has sentences. And the one on the left says, Dr. Schara called asking for ventilator pre-authorization not needed. It looks like a quote. Grace had such a good day yesterday that we should work on nutrition. Call ended at 10:55 a.m. And then on the right side, Dr. Schara called Grace, had a good day, just administered morphine to slow breathing down. Those are the 2 things that are disputed in the medical record. That's simply somebody else's version of what happened. Did I summarize the sidebar okay? So at least the jurors can spot the issues, and then you guys can ask questions however you want on that exhibit. You good with that, Mr. Piconiak?
That's the 7. Which is not to say that stipulating to the approach, everything else is
Can be in dispute too, but I just wanted to let them know those are the two things.
correct.
Okay, so that's Exhibit 73 that I'm referencing. Go ahead, Mr. Administrator.
Judge, in the interest of complete disclosure and fairness, we want to also point out that on the far right, the panic call from just, that language is not contained in the medical records.
Okay. So I'll just read that. So Exhibit 73, where it says panic call from Jess due to Grace's numbers dropping. That's not a part of the medical record?
That's correct.
Excellent. Maybe I understand something else. And are you stipulating that the other portions in black ink that I just read, those two are not in the medical record either?
Correct.
Okay, I didn't hear that during the sidebar, so I apologize. So I'm going to allow it to be used and understand that those portions that are in the is what the plaintiff's additions to the medical records represent. Okay, and I think all of that has been admitted in as evidence at trial if it's not part of the medical record. So go ahead, Mr. Administrator.
Thank you, Judge. So, Nurse Eichinger, can you, starting on the far left, can you point out to us where the first vertical blue bar says midnight? If you look at the top, before we even dive into that vertical bar, if you look at the very top of this exhibit, it indicates there are 3 medications. Of course, this jury's heard all sorts of stuff about all 3 of them. So Precedex is going to be shown with a P, lorazepam with an L, and morphine with an M. All right? And this is based on Nurse McGinnis nursing notes. So let's go back. And at midnight, we have a reference there to 0.8. Have you seen that in the medical record? Okay, and that is what?
Your Honor, objection in terms of, this was a motion in limine that was dealt with. In terms of new opinions, Your Honor, I brought it up at the sidebar.
I don't think that's an opinion, though. She just said
Sorry?
what she wasn't offering an opinion. She was just telling the jury what that 0.8 means. So she's not giving an opinion on whether it's good or bad, right? And I think that's what I heard her say. And she can explain things that nurses know and let the jury know what that means. Is that fair?
Yeah, I'm not talking about opinions.
Okay, and your motion was just opinions, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so the objection's overruled. Keep going.
Let me stop you right there. So we've heard the term titration, and you've indicated you've got all sorts of experience with regard to titration. And this isn't that what we're talking about here, the medical records review? That this medication, Precedex, is being titrated up throughout the morning. Is that right? Is that fair? Okay. Now skip past that 10:12 and go to 10:48. Okay. Do you recall what the maximum level of the titration of Precedex was in the order? Okay. And who sets that maximum level of titration? Okay. So as long as the nurse is titrating up to the limit, that's within his or her discretion, is it not? Okay. So let's move on. You just listed for us 10:48 a.m. We're titrating Precedex up to 1.4, correct? And then, what is it, 8 minutes later, it appears the DNR order is placed, right? Now, why is the nurse, in your experience, why is the nurse titrating the Precedex up to 1.4 just before a DNR order is placed?
And also as an opinion rather than just an explanation of what is on the document.
Sustained
Okay,
on the second basis, not the first one.
right. And at 11:08, the next bar that we see has a reference to down below. Can't see the footnotes. So now we've got it up. And that refers to the DNR was acknowledged, Nurse McGinnis, and there's a citation to the medical record, 843. That's a number that you've seen. And you've seen that record? Thank you. So we have an acknowledgement of the DNR at 11:08. And then at 11:25 is our next vertical bar, which shows 0.5 milligrams of lorazepam, correct? And based upon your experience, what is the purpose of administering lorazepam?
And the objection, Your Honor, this is another opinion rather than an explanation of this document.
I'm asked.
Go ahead.
It's for what? Right. And it appears the NG tube was placed at what time? Right. And so would the anti-anxiety medication be administered in an effort to place the tube?
Their opinion, Your Honor.
One second.
What's that?
We asked her to just wait, and I don't think it's an opinion, so the objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Go ahead with your answers. Notations in the medical record that indicated that Grace had tolerated the placement of the NG tube? In fact, you've seen reference in the medical record, did you not, that she had blood around her nostrils or nasal pharynx? What would that be related to?
Well, in order to put
Right.
trying to that junction with that.
Keep your voice up while you're away from the microphone. The jury's multiple times, but if you could explain to us the purpose of an NG tube is what? Can you offer any explanation why they would be trying to provide nutrition to a patient who just received a DNR order moments before?
Cases
Speculation.
overruled. This is an expert witness. Go ahead.
Well, DNRs are not.
Okay. That brings us to the next vertical line at 1:58 p.m. So, you know, we're talking about almost 2.5 hours following the lorazepam and the placement of the tube. That is the tube feeding started pursuant to, and the reference there in the footnotes to CH 87. I don't think we've seen that.
So the two people started that far.
Okay, great. And we did have that exhibit received already. So to the next vertical bar, we're looking at 4 p.m. And since that's not a medication, it's just a reference to Dr. Schara aware of the SATs. Judge, I don't have a paper version of 349 and 350, which we're going to put on the screen. They are portions of medical record, and we'll cure that by the end of the day. I think that a message has been to the clerk to ask for a print of those two.
And 349 and 350, are those your exhibits, Attorney Franco? Yeah.
His bait stamp numbers. We're going to need to mark those with an exhibit number that corresponds to the exhibits that we've already offered. 71 and 72, or no, it's all in 71.
What we're gonna do is just take a break. It's past an hour and a half. I was trying to hope that you'd finish up before the break, and you can do this during the break. This will be our afternoon break, so it'll be 15 or 20 minutes. You'll let us know when you're ready to come back in. Just a reminder not to discuss the case with anyone. including each other, and then take your notebooks with you and you can bring those back in. Jury is excused. Be seated. Okay. Couple of things. Has 70 been looked at by defense and any further objection to it? Okay, so I'll circle back to that in a minute. Attorney Francoya, do you have any further objections than what you've already stated?
I haven't had a chance to look through it right now. Keep going, we can circle back to it.
Attorney Francoya, during that hour and a half, you had a request for a sidebar that was denied. Anything you want to add regarding that objection that I overruled without the sidebar?
I believe the request was because I was concerned that a new opinion was going to be issued. Again, there were no opinions relative to the administration of medications. I do continue to maintain that to be the case.
Exhibits 73, 402, and 414 were, I believe, testified to. Any objection to receiving those exhibits? Okay, I'm receiving 73, 402, and 414. The expert reports have been marked as 74 and 75. They haven't been presented to the jury, but I know Attorney Francoya, you asked about them. Is there any objection to those being received? You want somebody to do it in front of the jury?
Yeah, no, I don't recall what we decided to do with the last groups, that there were like whether there was some agreement that they wouldn't go to the jury or wouldn't go to the jury.
Yeah, they're not until we talk about it. So I'm just saying admit it, or do we? They've never been shown to the witness, this witness in front of this jury, to say, are these your reports? So we should either do that or we should stipulate that they're received.
Okay.
What's the preference? Okay, Mr. Guzzi. Okay. Understood. Yes. So I will receive 74 and 75. And if you want to show them to the jury and show those to her and have her recognize them, you can step down the second jury and be back here in 15 minutes. That'd be great.
Sure.
Thank you. Is that good with you, Mr. Administrator?
Yes, sir.
I have a note here for 349 and 350. Well, I think those are the ones you just brought up, Mr. Administrator. So whatever exhibits you're going to plan to use next,
Yes, sir.
worked out at the break. Okay. Anything else before we take our break? And the plan is still to get through both of these witnesses today, is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, and so we may stay later than 4. I don't want to tell that to the jury until we get closer. Not that I'm going to rush anybody, but I think getting through the plaintiff's case so that the defense starts right away tomorrow morning is a good idea. We can do it.
Yeah, if we have time to finish Jessica, I don't know. I'm going to ask cross-examination on it.
Yep, we'll give you time. Everybody will get as much time as you want. Okay, so just don't plan on being done by 4. Again, I won't break that to the jury until closer, whenever it is. We'll give a break and I'll tell them I'm just making that decision. I'm going to have the bailiff talk to them at this break about if anybody has an issue, if we have to stay after 4, see what they say. All right, we'll see you at 2:25. See you back here.
jurors are coming down the hallways. They indicated that they want to stay today and get the witnesses over. So just everybody be ready for that response I got back from the jail. I have in front of me exhibit 71 and 72 are those two you're going to now use. One and 72 will be used and they'll be admitted. 73 get admitted. Did that get printed off at the demonstrative exhibit? I did too, but it hasn't been printed off. Again, okay. So when that comes in the next half hour or so, I'll mark, we'll make it marked and it'll be part of it. Who are you going to start with tomorrow morning? Do you know? Yeah, I think probably got.
What was the question on over?
It's going to be the first witness tomorrow, and how many witnesses will we get through?
I don't know. I'm gonna try to get
Over her plus Darcy. I think the only extra present tomorrow.
Okay, we're going to do your witnesses first, Mr. Frankowiak, and then yours, Attorney Schara, we mix it up. Okay, and that's okay with it, as long as you just keep that form of the two combined.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know about the like.
Keep them informed of this.
Yeah. For example, that's
Members of the jury, welcome back and thanks for being patient with us. I told the attorneys, I think the information I received from the bailiffs, and that is that all of you are able to go past 4 o'clock tonight if we can do that. We might get done before that, but the idea would be hopefully finish the plaintiff's case so that then they will rest, and then beginning tomorrow morning we start with the defense case. So that'll be our plan. You'll get another break somewhere in here before that time. Attorney, administer your witness.
Thank you, Judge. I just need a second.
Just gave you like 25 minutes. Whoever has the microphone.
There's like a draft manual with the mark as exhibit 71. Can you take a look at that 2-page document for me, please?
Of oxygen, true?
It could indicate that the patient had a change in condition, and it could also indicate that there was artifact.
When you get an opportunity to review both pages, let me know.
Okay. Okay, I'm good.
Have you seen that before?
I have.
Okay. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those 2 pages in exhibit represent?
There are nursing notes that come out of boxes that are checked in that have vital signs, and then also have some narrative where you can write things in spaces at free text. So did you want me to?
We're trying to get it focused.
Want me to talk about this one?
Yes, please.
Okay, so this is 1755 p.m. on the 13th. And here you can see the pulse, 78, respiration 54, pulse oximeter 54. She's on 100%, and here that this is a sedation scale, and the sedation scale specifically says that she's somnolent with minimal or no response.
Okay. Now, if we can back out a little bit, see the whole thing. Is there anything else on that document that we need to talk about?
Well, this one is from actually coming at 5 p.m. This actually happened, but we can
Can you go over to the left column and show us the reference to 1600?
okay.
And is there reference to a comment at the bottom of that section? And is there reference to a comment at the bottom of that section?
All different kinds of equipment, and I think that kind of stands to the fact that it's standardized anyway. Those kinds of things are quite standardized.
You as a nurse would want to know if there was an alarm going off or if there was an issue with the machinery, obviously, so you could keep.
Sure, yes.
And there might be times when movement might set off an alarm or a false alarm might occur. But overall, the reason why you have alarms is because you as a nurse want to know if there's a parameter that is falling outside of the parameter that was set by the physician. True?
Correct.
Okay. When you're treating, when you were treating COVID patients in ICU at Cape Canaveral, you relied upon those alarms to keep you up to date on how the patient was doing in terms of vital signs. True?
Correct.
And when you were caring for COVID patients in Cape Canaveral, you would have had multiple patients and could not necessarily be at the bedside at all times.
Correct.
There might be times when, for example, you might be working at the nurse's station or walking by in the hallway where you could not be standing next to the patient, true?
Correct.
And in those instances, if the alarm were to go off, it would know what's going on and that you should check. Okay. In this particular case, you did not inquire into or look, for example, to see what alarms they had at St. Elizabeth Hospital and how they worked for ICU patients in October of 2021, true?
The judge can't hear us.
Based on my experience, I could ascertain what alarms the patient was on in an ICU. And then the monitor for their heart, they're on oxygen saturation, respiratory rate. Sometimes they're on end-tidal CO2, which is a carbon dioxide level. Sometimes they can have an arterial line, which is monitoring their blood pressure all the time. They can have a temperature probe. There's a lot of different things that are up there. Some of them are definitely more important than others.
That's a long list of alarms you just gave there.
Mhm.
Those are pretty typical to be on all patients.
In an ICU, I would say, with the exception of end-tidal CO2, we do with ventilated patients, we would have an end-tidal CO2. But to answer your question, typically they would be heart monitor, blood pressure, respiratory rate, and oxygen saturation.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do to verify that those, in fact, were the alarms that Grace had during her hospitalization?
I'm going to base that on my experience working in ICU
Okay.
for all of these years.
It sounds, based upon your description, like ICUs actually have a lot of alarms, or
They do.
and more so even than a normal hospital room, obviously because of the acuity of the patient, I would imagine.
Correct.
Okay, because the patients are particularly acutely ill, it's particularly important that you need to keep those alarms in an ICU as opposed to just a regular floor, I would assume.
Well, it's particularly important that you have parameters set on your alarms that are appropriate so that you know that if that alarms, it's very important, as opposed to something that's just alarming repeatedly and then you get alarm fatigue. So you want to make sure that your alarms are set appropriately.
Okay. Do you have any, I guess, evidence you can point to in the record to indicate that any of the dedicated nurses who were taking care of Grace had alarm fatigue at any point? I want you to, this is not a bad time. You have exhibit number 56 in front of you. Could you?
Linda has my exhibits. I took them off of here because I didn't know.
We'll have exhibit number 56 provided.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you have exhibit 56 in front?
I do.
Okay. Now, you had talked a little bit about this on your direct examination, and this is some notes by Emily Fisher, who was the nurse overnight from October 9th to October 10th. Would that be?
Yes.
Okay. I want to reference one that you had mentioned in your own testimony earlier. It looks like Emily made an entry at about 23:37 in the evening of the 9th. So that would be 11:37 p.m. roughly?
Yes. 11:37. Yes.
I noticed in that note, she's talking about some pump alarms. And it says, about halfway through that note, it says, parent demand monitor alarms and IV alarms be completely turned off and SpO2 device be removed from the patient. Did I read that correctly?
That's what it says here.
What's the SpO2 device? What are we referencing there?
That's a pulse oximeter that goes on the finger.
Okay, and that measures, for instance, oxygenation level.
Correct.
Okay, that's where you want to stay above roughly 95, 96%?
Well, it depends on the patient condition.
Okay, and that's one where if that number gets low, gets into the 80s, the 70s or lower, that's a problem, right?
Well, yes.
Okay, and certainly it would be problematic to remove the SpO2 device completely from a patient suffering from COVID in the ICU. You'd agree with that? Okay, that would not be an appropriate intervention. For example, if a advocate or a family member were to demand that a nurse remove the SpO2 device from an individual completely who was in a COVID ICU, that is not something that a nurse should do, right?
If a family member demanded such a thing, we would be having a conversation about what his goals were. I have never, in my experience, ever had a patient demand that monitoring equipment be removed. So there's something going on here.
Okay. Have you ever had a family member demand that all IV alarms be completely turned off?
Family members be very upset about alarms. There's no doubt about it. And they have valid concerns.
Okay. And have you, as a nurse, complied with that request and just turned off all the alarms in an ICU?
I have lowered volumes on alarms, and I have made changes to things in order to diminish the amount of the alarms that are going off. For instance, with an IV, if an IV keeps going off, if it keeps alarming, there's something going on with the IV. So maybe it's positional. If the IV is positional, then you want to change the IV and put it in a place, or immobilize the arm so that it works better. Sometimes you need a new IV. Sometimes the pump is faulty and you just have a bad pump. I've seen that happen. So if alarms are going off a lot, so much so that it's causing a lot of distress and a lot of complaints, then you want to try to figure out what's going on and mitigate that in some capacity. But no, I would not remove all on a patient, but I certainly would be working with the person who's concerned about them and trying to mitigate that problem.
Be dangerous, in fact, to remove all alarms and the SpO2 device completely from an ill COVID patient in an ICU, wouldn't it?
Yes, and I'm certain that Mr. Schara would not put his daughter at risk by having a major piece of monitoring equipment removed.
Right.
I think he's demonstrated that his daughter was very, very comprehensive, and his monitoring, he would have wanted the monitoring equipment to stay.
Absolutely, absolutely. And yet the note says that he demanded that IV alarms be completely turned off and the SpO2 device be removed.
Well, I question the veracity of that statement.
Okay, okay. During the time you were caring for patients in the ICU in August and October of 2021 in Cape Canaveral, were you required to wear standard personal protective equipment? And that's kind of referred to as PPE.
Personal protective equipment, yes, sir.
Okay. And that personal protective equipment included things, as I understand it, like goggles, an N95 mask, a gown, gloves, things like that?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, I think you would have mentioned a little earlier in your testimony when you would help people with the BiPAP machine because maybe one of your colleagues was already all gowned up. It's kind of described as a spacesuit.
I guess you could call it that.
Okay.
I never called it that.
You don't know if there was a requirement in your hospital at Cape Canaveral that all caregivers must wear PPE, but you do know that everyone did it while you were there. While you were caring for patients on that COVID unit, there were no nurses who failed to wear PPE in those patients. True?
I can't speak to whether or not every nurse went into the room with a specific purpose of PPE. Sometimes people will go in without gloves, or they might not have goggles on, so whether or not everybody went into every room every time with everything on, I can't speak to that.
Okay. You understood in October 2021 that personal protective equipment was worn by caregivers in the COVID ICU for the purpose of trying to prevent you as the caregiver from being infected by COVID, true?
Correct.
Okay. Because obviously you were going to be in close contact with a person in that ICU that you knew was infected with COVID, so there's a possibility of infection.
Correct.
Okay. You do not subscribe to a belief that hospitals in the United States are engaged in deliberately euthanizing the elderly and the infirm, do you?
No.
You yourself have never, I would assume, participated as a health care provider in the deliberate of a patient in a hospital setting as part of some sort of program? You've never witnessed in any hospital or other medical facility in which you worked over the course of your long nursing career the deliberate euthanizing of a patient as part of some sort of policy. Now, Mr. Schara has testified here during this trial as to his belief that COVID-19 was a plandemic and not a pandemic, that in fact COVID was planned by one or more entities in the service of a euthanasia agenda. You do not similarly subscribe to the belief that COVID-19 was planned by one or more government entities in service of a euthanasia agenda?
No, he's entitled to his opinions.
Okay. Schara has also testified for us as to his belief that the COVID vaccine is a bioweapon developed by Pfizer in conjunction with the United States Department of Defense for the explicit purpose of deliberately increasing all-cause mortality and causing sickness in the population of the United States. Do you subscribe to a similar belief?
No.
Okay. I would like to, if I may, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yeah.
Okay. See that. Do you recognize that document?
Do?
As I understand it, this is a copy of your expert service agreement,
Yes, sir.
and this is an agreement that you signed in order to serve as an expert for Mr. Schara,
Yes, sir.
and it's an agreement signed with the Mendenhall Law Group.
Yes.
You are, I would assume, being compensated for your service in this case?
Time?
Okay, and your fees would be laid out in that document?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but what are those fees?
So it's $200 an hour for review of medical records and itemized billing, document writing reports, and phone consultations.
Okay. Now, I think on the second page of this document, the date on this document is February 5th of 2024. Is that the day you were officially retained?
Correct.
Okay. You do not know when the lawsuit was filed in this case, for example, whether the lawsuit was filed before or after you were retained?
My understanding is the lawsuit was filed in April of 2023.
Okay. So as of the time that you were retained to actually look at the records, according to that at least, the lawsuit had been ongoing for a year and a half already?
Looks like it, yeah.
Okay.
Looks like about a year.
Okay.
1 year.
So, I mean, assuming that's accurate and you were retained for the first time in February 5th of 2024, we can surmise that you had not offered an opinion on this case to Mr. Schara or his attorneys relative to nursing care, certainly before the lawsuit was filed.
No, sir.
Okay. The lawsuit must in fact have been filed and existing before you were asked to testify to whether or not the nurses breached the standard of care.
Correct.
This is the first case, I believe you had indicated, in which you offered expert testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I hope the experience hasn't been too trying.
Very interesting.
Okay. Prior to agreeing to sign up to be an expert for Mr. Schara in this case, you had, I understand, listened to him speak a couple of times on the internet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Prior to February of 2024, you were part of what I understand to be a team which involved other nurses from around the country?
Briefly, correct.
And this chat group included nurses who had also worked in hospitals during the COVID pandemic. In this text chat group, you and the other nurses would share your feelings about working in hospitals during the COVID pandemic?
There wasn't a lot of sharing. I sought these other nurses to connect. I was living in a new town. I had just moved up, and I was looking for a connection, and I went seeking that. So I spoke to some nurses, but I didn't really get a lot of connection through this virtual way, so it was fleeting. And, we had a couple of exchanges, but I don't really like that. I wanted something a little bit deeper and richer, and so I just abandoned.
Bear with me a moment. It looks like that there is a bug in their stream. I'm looking for a solution. Bear with me just a moment while I find it. I think I have a solution. Just need just a moment. Not quite sure what's going on, but it looks like they may have nerfed the stream on Children's Health Defense website, and we're repeating it, but on the other YouTube page, it is properly playing, which means we probably have some of them watching in our audience. Welcome. I did ask members of the legal team if I could actually stream this, and they did say yes. So we shouldn't have any issues with that.
Thank you.
are required to be conveyed to the oncoming ICU nurse.
If you've never taken care of the patient before and you're getting that report for the first time, you would be covering their history of their present illness. You talk about why they ended up in the hospital, what their situation is, and then how long they've been in the hospital. And you go over the course of their time in the hospital up to that moment. And then you would do your assessment, your physical assessment, and what happened that day. You would cover the medications that they're currently on, and maybe if they're on a drip, if they are on certain oxygen, if they are, then you would cover also anything that's outside of normal for your assessment. So let's say their urine output dropped really low and they got some extra fluid that day, you would tell that, you would relay anything that happened during the day. If they had a DNR placed, that would be one of the biggest pieces of information that you would talk about that day. And then you would also talk about any adverse reactions that you have noted. You would also want to discuss that with the physician, obviously, adverse reactions. But anything that you saw that was outside of the norm for medications, then you would talk about social and what's going on with them as far as family, and certainly in the COVID era, we would want to talk about how we're communicating with families, specifically, who are the main people that we're talking to, what are we talking about, issues going on from, a psychosocial aspect. You would talk about their skin, if they had any special skin issues. The NG tube going in would have been something to talk about that day. And then if you already knew the patient, it wouldn't be as long as a report, but you would talk about the main things that happened that day in the report.
Okay. Never believe a lawyer that says he only has one question.
Pardon me?
I said a lawyer that says he only has one.
Okay.
So,
One more.
in the late afternoon and early hours of October 13th, is there any indication in the medical record that Grace was in pain?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Yes, I just have one or two. You were not involved in the titration of Precedex on the ICU unit at your Cape Canaveral Hospital, true?
Correct.
In fact, in your entire career as a nurse, you have never, on even one occasion, titrated Precedex for a patient, true?
I have not. Precedex is a sedative, and I have titrated many different kinds of sedatives to effect over the course of my 38 years as an
And I wanted to reference briefly, you had Exhibit 72 in front of you. That was the note on the NG tube?
Yeah.
Yes? And you would agree that note indicates that the patient tolerated the procedure well, true?
And she said that she tolerated it well, but she also said her oxygen saturation dropped to 61%. So
Okay, but
I don't know what that means.
tolerated that note.
It does not indicate she tolerated it well.
The note also indicates that the NG tube went in with ease, true?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Last thing I have for you, there was one question that was put to you. You were asked if you took care of patients who had cognitive difficulties at your Cape Canaveral Hospital, and you had indicated.
I didn't have any patients with any kind of developmental delay while I was there in that 3-month period.
But instead, the patients you cared for were all on, they were all intubated.
They were sedated.
They were sedated. They were unconscious.
Yeah, they were unconscious.
Patients were unconscious.
Some of them had periods of being more alert. It depended on the patient.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't have any cognitively limited patients, but you had a lot of unconscious patients.
I had a lot of sedated patients. Some of them were unconscious the whole day. Some of them were unconscious for part of the day. But yes, they were.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Just a couple. You've now testified twice about the oxygen saturation level decreasing at the time that the NG tube is inserted. In your experience, quickly is an NG2 insert?
It depends on how the patient's tolerating it.
By that, you mean there needs to be some degree of patient involvement because they have to swallow.
Yes, and you have to put your head down, and you have, and yes, there is a degree of that.
So, in terms of the typical average insertion of an NG, assuming everything goes about as expected, minute,
Yeah, I'd say a minute.
you specified twice that the oxygen saturation levels drop. The insertion of an NG2 that may have taken a minute, 45 seconds, minute, right?
Correct.
Okay. The fact that those saturation levels drop that quickly, that's an indication that Grace Schara was experiencing severe lung deterioration. Would you agree?
Speak to that, it's outside of my scope, but I,
A lot of other stuff.
okay. Well, I will say that,
Move to strike that.
Draw.
Yeah, the objection is sustained, and you should disregard that last question. That's all you have, Mr. Guzzi?
That's all I have.
Anything else, Attorney?
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right, so members of the jury, if you have questions for this witness, now will be that time. If you could just show me by raising your hand how many there's going to be. Looks like 6, so circulate it.
Was it the same doctor? Same nurse. What nurse? McGinnis? No, yeah, no, it's expert.
Exhibit 529, the
I'll be in bed at 5.
question from juror 1989.
I mean, here, I was not in here. Oh. I'm here.
Just keep them moving, everyone.
number 530, the questions from juror
Probably $10 a piece.
number
Yeah,
2419.
how much do you want for them?
$10 a piece.
No, I'm not paying you $10 a piece. I'll come dig them up.
No, yeah. Well, they're still $10.
Thank you.
This means more for charitable.
Yeah. Poor lady. Tell her I'm sorry.
Write your answer and let's keep them moving, please. As Exhibit 531, questions from juror 262. Marking as exhibit number 532, questions from juror 262. Five 33, questions from juror 2749. Exhibit 534, questions from juror 386. I'd like you to get ready to put up on the screen exhibit number 70. You could throw out that sixth breach of the standard of care. Mr. Mendenhall, please. I want you to put it up on the screen, please. Exhibit number 536 are the questions from juror 262. Don't say anything, but if you have additional questions, you can write it down and we'll pass it on. But I'd ask that you not verbally say something, or you could write a note to the bailiff if it's something different than a question. All right, and I'm marking exhibit 537 as the questions from juror 587. Okay, so that took a little longer than I should have, but the questions are the following. Right. And so this the following question says the jury didn't hear the sixth breach of contract, but I think it's actually referencing the sixth breach of nursing standards. And then the question is, can we hear it? If so,
The breach again.
yes, you didn't mention it during your examination. The question went from fifth to seventh, and I noticed that too, but I didn't say anything. So
Okay.
I had Attorney Mendenhall put this up on the screen, which it hasn't been put up there yet, and I'd like you to testify about what this.
Great, okay. That was, they activated the power of attorney on October 8th, they activated the power of attorney for Grace. And at that point, it would have been appropriate for them to do a care plan that this change had taken place. It was another example of not adjusting or making changes to care plans in the role relationship aspect from the nursing diagnosis, because they activated the power of attorney. It was important enough to write in the medical record. It's important enough to make a care plan about it or speak to it somehow.
So there's going to be a lot of these, so I just keep repeating myself in terms of we are interested in only hearing your testimony about things that you know. Requires an expert opinion, then you'll notice that. But are you familiar with, or do you have any information about when the height of the number of COVID deaths were in the United States? And if you don't, you just tell us you don't know.
I don't think I know the answer to that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any knowledge about whether COVID patients who passed away were older or younger? And did age affect in COVID recovery, or is that just beyond your knowledge?
I wouldn't feel comfortable just, opining about it.
Excellent. And that's what we want you to say.
Right.
Are you familiar with whether or not different alarms sound differently? For example, like a heart versus an oxygen saturation alarm?
They do. Sometimes if an alarm is extremely important, it'll have a different sound, sometimes a little bit of a different volume. But as opposed to like a ding, 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 if it's a really bad one, it'll be ding, 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 ding. So if the monitor doesn't like it, it's going to make a noise, whether or not it's artifact or whether or not it's It's real. You go to the patient and you look at the patient, you figure out what's going on.
So the answer is, in your experience, yes, they are different sounds.
They can be different. They are different sounds. But that's by intensity, not necessarily about the difference between the heart rate, the blood pressure, the oxygen saturation. They would all be the same in most circumstances. It's just if there's a particularly bad one, it will make a different kind of more intense sound.
Okay. And that's something that is controlled by the nurses?
That's actually probably inside the monitor itself under certain parameters.
Okay. In time of COVID, do you have any knowledge, and if it's outside your scope, just tell us that, on whether or not the rules to obtain DNR are different than during non-COVID times?
I don't know the answer.
Okay. Are you familiar with whether or not the nursing standards during COVID were the same?
They were the same.
Okay, so your testimony is that nursing standards were the same during COVID?
Did not change.
I'd like Exhibit 72 to be put in front of you. Do you have that?
I haven't.
Okay, and if you're looking at that, the question is, full code on Exhibit 72, question mark, what is it, question mark?
So what she was conveying here is that when you get put on a ventilator, a tube goes down into your throat and then the ventilator breathes for you. So that is what intubate is. That's when you're intubating someone, you put a tube in and then you put them on the ventilator. Full code otherwise is CPR, medications, those two main things is going to be CPR and medications.
You know, if you testified about the alarms being silenced in a room compared to the station. So these are questions about if you know. First of all, you don't know what was going on at St. Elizabeth in October 2021. You're just talking in general.
Right.
And the question is, do you know if an alarm was silenced in a room like you were testifying about, if it would also be silenced at the nurse's station?
Yes, it would be silenced at the nurse's station.
So it'd be silenced at both spots.
Right. Correct.
Next question is, can a patient or family member fully disable an alarm, or does it require a code or key to fully disable, if you know?
It would require knowledge of the monitoring equipment and how to make that happen. It would require several steps with your fingers, and it would require a specific code. It isn't locked, but it would require several different space that you would go into the computer and to turn a monitor piece of an alarm completely off. You would have to go into the system. And then, like, if you were going to turn off the blood pressure, for instance, you would go into blood pressure and then you would go to the alarm and then you'd click off. So it would be several steps. It'd be very unlikely that a family member could manage that.
Okay. Is that Emily Fisher or Nurse Fisher said it wasn't safe or possible to disable alarms due to the amount of time at the bedside. Do you remember when she said that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the question is because the nurses didn't want to miss an alarm while at the bedside. And I'll just read both questions. There's two questions. Do care plan protocols vary drastically from hospital to hospital, or is this standardized?
It depends on the electronic medical record. So electronic medical records are usually preloaded with these nursing diagnoses. So for instance, that self-care deficit was probably from a drop down. So you would go in to do your care plan, and then from that, you would have a list of problems that you could choose from in these criteria. And so they're standardized in that they would be standardized for care plans, but they would look different depending upon which electronic medical record you were in.
In your experience, how quickly can a DNR order be revoked? Typically, do hospitals have protocols for this?
In my experience, I've seen DNRs revoked at the time of the expiration, at the time of the arrest. And as far as protocols, I don't know the answer to that.
And I think the question more had to do with how quickly can it be. So
At the moment, I have had patients who we were expecting to pass, and then when they saw the monitor go to flatline, they decided that this has happened on more than one occasion where the family member says, that's not, let's do something. And then you come in and you start CPR. Now you may be talking to the patient the whole time in CPR, or sometimes you do CPR and the family member feels that they did everything they could do and they get some sense of peace by knowing they tried one last time. That can happen too.
So in terms of the question, in your experience, how quickly?
Immediately.
And then to clear up for the jury, are the 13 criteria for assessments that you testified about, you know what those are?
Yes, the domains.
Are those acknowledged in Wisconsin hospitals to the best of your knowledge?
I don't know the answer to that.
If a patient is marked as a DNR, how many conversations about it are any and all nurses and doctors with the patient expected to have about DNR status?
Well, you have the initial conversation that happens between the doctor and the patient and the family. And then you have an ongoing discussion over the rest of the hospital stay. It's something that you would talk about immediately as soon as the DNR is put on the chart. You would initiate that conversation. And then from that point forward, you would be talking about those things and about a DNR, about the plan. Once you have a DNR, your plan changes, and you need to know specifically what the family wants as far as that DNR. So if they want to have certain things done and not certain things, like I said, with the pastor coming in, or whether or not they want certain medications given and not other medications given, if they want pain medicine or they don't want pain medicine. I've had patients that say, I don't want any pain medicine, don't give me any, I want to be alert. So you're in a constant conversation, and then as someone gets sicker, you might change the care plan and you might change what you're going to do. And now maybe you've got somebody that's gotten in from out of town, and now you have an opportunity to have that person there. So now you're changing the plan again, because we're dynamic individuals. Everything changes, and especially in these situations where you're sick, so I think it's an ongoing communication, the patient and the family and the nurses.
Still talking about DNR. When are these conversations expected to happen?
Well, typically, if you're taking care of a patient, you come in at 7 o'clock, your patient's a DNR. Well, let's go with this specific case. At 10:46, the patient, 11:08, R.M. McInnes knew that the patient had become a DNR. Within a reasonable period of time, which would be within the hour, I would imagine, you would want to enter into the room and have a discussion at that point. Hey, so I see that Dr. Schara has made Grace a DNR. Let's have a conversation about that. How are you feeling? Let's talk about what we're going to do with the plan moving forward. So I'd say within an hour, you should be having a conversation with the patient about it, and then in the family, and then the ongoing conversation from that point.
The next question is, are they, and referring to the nurses and doctors, required to have multiple conversations about the DNR?
I don't know if it's required as much as it's the humane thing to do, as well as being in, you know, I talked about assessments, right? So you're assessing the patient constantly. You're gathering information. So as things change, you want to continue to be checking in with the patient and their family. So whether or not you're talking about specifics of the DNR, you would be like, okay, if Grace's blood pressure starts to fall and you know that she's a DNR, you might say, hey, I want to make sure that you understand that we're not going to do anything if she continues to decline. That's the kind of conversations that you're having continuously. I don't know about required as much as standard of care to have interaction with the family members.
So your answer would be, it might not be for the reason that if a DNR decision was made, the family and/or patient may not want to revisit the painful topic time and again.
Absolutely. If the patient says, I don't want to talk about this anymore, I'm done, then you would care plan that and make sure that everybody knows that. That would be another opportunity for you to put that in your care plan, and also to report in your report, you know, in your bedside report, that the family prefers not to discuss this. Sometimes certain parts of the family are happy to discuss it. I'm glad to discuss it. And then other members of families may not want to have to do with it. So you sort that out, and then you respect their wishes, and you educate them or talk to them as much as they need.
And then on the same set of questions, so we're still talking about the DNR, how does a nurse or doctor know when or how often to keep asking about a DNR order?
Sometimes if a patient is particularly ill, the doctor's going to have a conversation with them every day. If they haven't established a DNR yet, is that what I'm understanding?
Well, it doesn't say.
Yeah. Well, if they haven't established a DNR, the patient's really sick, then the doctor's going to be having a conversation daily with the patient in a critical care area to ascertain where the family member is. Some people would say to a doctor, I'm not going to ever make my mom a DNR, so stop asking me. And these are human beings speaking to each other. It depends on the circumstances. But I would say in the critical care area, usually the doctors are going to be having conversations on the regular.
Now we're maybe switching gears a little bit, so away from the DNR. And the question is, would it have been a problem for you to speak case with a power of attorney, in our case, not wearing PPE?
With a family member, would I have a personal problem with that?
I think that's.
No, I wouldn't.
So just to make sure, I'm going to repeat the question. So it says, would you have had a problem for you, or would you have been a problem for you to speak face to face with a POA, in our case, so we're referring to Scott Schara, not wearing a PPE?
Problem with speaking face to face? No. Make sure I understand the question.
So you would have been comfortable going into the room and speaking with him without his gear on?
Sure, absolutely.
Second part of that question is only if she had answered that yes, but she didn't answer, so I'm skipping that. And I'm not sure if you know all of these, and if you do, you can answer to whatever extent you do, but it says, what is the difference between CPAP, BiPAP, ventilation, NG tube, intubation, mask, or other breathing apparatuses? And then it has right at the end a visual description. So I think they're looking for a visual description between all.
Start from the top.
Sure, the first one is CPAP.
So a CPAP can be by mask or nasal. It depends on if you're doing it ever at the hospital. If you're doing it at the hospital, it's usually going to be a mask that goes over the face and then it comes around over your head. The BiPAP is the same apparatus. It's just different settings on the little machine that it's hooked up to. So there's CPAP is continuous pressure, and that's just helping the patient as they breathe. BiPAP is inspiration and then also maintaining a certain amount of pressure all the time. It's kind of technical. So then the next one was?
Ventilation.
Well, ventilation is, I told you, when you put a tube down into somebody's throat and then you hook them up to a machine, they're usually sedated. That's going to make them so they can't speak, and it's going to be comfortable because it goes through the mouth and it sits right at the top of the lung. The two lungs where they bifurcate, it sits right there. And that's pretty uncomfortable. And then the tube, the breath just goes in and out of that tube. And then you're hooked somebody to a ventilator, and the ventilator pushes the air in. As opposed to the mask, with the mask is just pushing it into your lungs through your nose and your mouth. This is actually putting the tube into the lung area and pushing the air in that way. No air comes out the mouth or goes in and out the mouth. It's just in and out of that tube.
And order NG tube.
So that was the nasogastric tube, and this was specifically was a small bore nasogastric tube, meaning that you take the tube, you put some KY jelly on the end of it, and you put the tube up in the nose, and it curves up, and then it goes down to the back of the throat, and then the patient may or may not swallow. If they're alert, they can swallow and help. And if they're not, you put their head forward and you slip it into their stomach. And then you put it in their stomach. You measure first, you do some certain things. And then after you have it in their stomach, then you get an x-ray to make sure that it's properly placed. It's a small bore because it has a special tip on it that makes it move into a certain position in your stomach. And that's specific for feeding. They're tiny so that they don't cause as much trauma and they're not as uncomfortable.
And just to be clear, that's not a breathing apparatus.
No, that's just for nutrition. Just strictly for nutrition.
The next one is intubation.
Okay, intubation was when someone gets intubated, they're generally sedated first, and then they get put into a position. The doctor uses something called a laryngoscope, which they looks at the larynx, and then he takes the laryngoscope and puts it into the mouth and lifts it up, and he can see the vocal cords, and he puts the tube right through those vocal cords, and then he blows up a little balloon, and then takes the apparatus out of the mouth and hooks up either the ambu bag, which is that thing you see when you do this, or you hook up the ventilator. So intubation, there's intubation and there's extubation. Extubation is what we want to be able to get them off the ventilator.
And do intubation and ventilation go hand in hand?
Yes, they do.
And then I think the last one is mask.
Mask. Oh, so like a simple oxygen mask. Yeah, so a simple oxygen mask can deliver high flow oxygen, but there's so much air that's being pulled in from the atmosphere that you can't really get 100%. The only way that you can get 100% oxygen is on the ventilator because you're 100% controlling the air going in and out. You say it's 100% when you look at it on your paper. You're given it as much as you can, but there's always going to be some what we call drained air that comes in, and so there's going to be a mixture of air with the oxygen. You try to get as much as you can, but masks, you crank the oxygen up as high as you can, and especially if you're going to do one of these procedures, because you know you're going to have to take them off of there.
Says, please explain a typical nurse's
follow-through or continued care process when one is not present in shift changes. Explain the processes that you or nurses use to check patient information to begin a shift. We'll start with those.
First part about not being present.
It says, please explain a typical nurse's follow-through or continued care process when one is not planning to be present in shift changes. Maybe your answer is you just always be present.
Yes.
Okay.
Couldn't leave before you give report.
So it's your opinion or position that the nurses, as they exchange through shifts, are meeting to exchange information?
Yes, and the standard quality measures now are actually bedside report. Not only do you talk to each other, but you go into the patient's room. But I don't know whether or not that was specific. But if you're asking a question about what is the gold standard, is that we do these reports at the bedside, but COVID might have been, quite different.
Okay. And so maybe just to make sure we're not misleading, so during COVID, was the gold standard something different, or you didn't know?
Well, I mean, it makes it harder to go room to room to room with COVID, so there will probably be more people just giving report in the nurses station.
And that would be acceptable?
Yes.
Okay. The next question then, kind of dealing with that same question, is explain processes that you or nurses use to check patient information to begin a shift.
Usually in the medical record, there is something like a Cardex or some other kind of collection page that has all the information on the patient. And you would be going through that systematically. So you could see a of the patient, and it would be their name, their allergies, their last set of their vital signs, all of their medications, their history, and it would just be kind of a snapshot with all the information there. That would give you a lot of information to start. Some nurses will print something like that, and other nurses will actually write everything down on a piece of paper and carry it in their pocket. I used to like to write down, and I would take a piece of paper and I'd make a square, I'd make some squares, and then I'd write the name, date of birth, and then I just put everything there. And then as the day went on, I would write things in those little squares. And that's why sometimes you'll see these documentation where the nurse comes back an hour later and she's putting in information an hour later. And it looks weird, but sometimes you're not walking around with a computer all the time, unfortunately, and just dictating into a computer. You have to, do that. So the reports come from your way that you keep the information in your head is through either a printout Cardex or your own paperwork that you write down important information.
Are the vital signs in the ICU usually monitored every 15 minutes? Let me just finish, because are these always recorded with time? Explain why or why not.
Okay, so like something like a heart rate or oxygen saturation would be every minute. However, whether or not you data mine that for every minute is another story. You set your blood pressure to go off at a certain time. If somebody's having a manual blood pressure, automatic, that's going to be connected to the monitor, you might set it for every 15 minutes. So then when you look at it in the computer later, you're only going to see it every 15 minutes. But if you drill down in between those 15 minutes where you see that blood pressure, you're going to see heart rate every minute. You're going to see the oxygen saturation any minute, every minute, unless there's been artifact or something's been taken off, the probe gets slipped off the finger, and then there'll just be a blank there. But you can go down to a minute on these monitors. We don't generally do that unless we're data mining and we're trying to figure out what's going on and what happened.
And you may have answered this, but they're always recorded with time. Is that the idea?
Correct.
Okay. Excellent. That's all we had for now. So do any members of the jury have additional questions for this witness? There are none. Back to you then, Mr. Administrator. Any follow-up questions based on those questions and answers?
So we've got two. Can you, I'm not sure that it was clear when you described the difference between code and full code and DNR.
Yeah, well, so in that note specifically, what that says to me is that the family decided that they don't want the patient intubated and put on the ventilator, but everything else is a go. That means everything else is a go. That means CPR, that means vasoactive medications, titrating those powerful medications to get your blood pressure up. That means you're just continuing everything, and if something happens, you're going to do CPR. But you continue to care for the patient, it's just no intubation. Everything except we're not going to intubate the patient. So, good.
That clarifies things. With respect to the alarms, you were asked a question relative to the alarms. And if you could clarify whether or not in your experience they're going off in other locations. I think you answered that.
So there's alarms going off in the room, there's alarms going at the nurse's station, and in some places alarms are going off in the break room. And I did want to clarify, after hearing what the juror said about being in the room, I understand that now. I think that you could be in the room, and when you're in the room with a patient in an ICU room, you're scanning the monitor all the time. You're constantly looking up at the monitor. It's just what you do. And so have the alarm not be on in the room, I don't think that would keep you or preclude you or keep you from being able to see a change on the monitor while you're in there. You're in there, you know? I mean, you would see if there was a significant change on the monitor. You wouldn't need to be alerted to it. You're right there.
That's all I have.
Okay, Attorney Franco, yeah.
Yeah, you talked a little bit about, you were asked to try to define what full code means, and you indicated CPR and medication. Full code would also include frequently, wouldn't it?
Well, in this specific situation, it says do not intubate but full code. That's what she said in the note.
Okay, do you understand what she was saying there?
Yes.
Okay.
She was saying that the patient that Scott didn't want the patient intubated, but to go forward with vasoactive drips or CPR or anything else.
Full code itself, though, however, typically means CPR, medication, and intubation.
Here it says.
I'm not asking here, though, I'm talking in general. In general, the term full code generally involves CPR, medication, and intubation.
Okay, all right.
We can agree with that.
Sure. Okay.
You also indicate that, and I want to make sure I heard this, about silencing the alarm in your experience in the room will also silence it outside the room. Did I get that correctly?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Revoking the DNR, you were asked how quickly that can generally be done. You all told me earlier, though, that you need a doctor there.
Well, in the ICU, there's usually a doctor right here.
Okay, but it all depends on if there's a doctor, how quick a doctor can get there.
Well, the question was, how fast can it happen? And I said it can happen immediately.
Okay, how fast it can happen, but not how fast it often happen or would happen.
The question was how fast can it happen? And I said it can happen immediately.
Okay, or it
I mean,
could,
I've screamed down hallways before, and that only takes a couple of seconds.
and it would be speculation for you to this particular instance, how long it would take. True? Okay. Just so I can clarify for myself, DNR, one elects to be a DNR, that doesn't mean that you're going to die, does it? No, it means that you're electing not to have your heart restarted if it were to stop.
You're not going to have cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
Right. I could go to the hospital tomorrow
tell them, I'm going to have some surgery. I don't want you to restart my heart, put a DNR on. That doesn't mean I'm going to die, does it?
No.
I can walk out of that hospital, and many people walk out of the hospital even though they have a DNR.
Sure.
Okay. I think you also mentioned that you talked about having conversations about the DNR, and I thought we established this, but I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. Nurses like yourself do not have an informed consent responsibility in terms of getting permission for a DNR.
Right.
And once you get a DNR, you're given that DNR by a doctor, and you can understand that doctor has had whatever conversations need to be had, and you, as a nurse, put it in the record.
But what in the record?
The DNR, if the order is given to you by the doctor, you don't have any further responsibility to go and verify it.
Oh, I would certainly have a further responsibility to speak to the family about their DNR, their decision. It's not in order to verify the validity of it, but it's to verify their understanding of it. I want to educate them about what their options are as far as comfort versus pastoral care. There's a lot of things, and especially considering that this happened when Mr. Schara wasn't even in the hospital.
But I believe that's where you were referencing when you said having conversations like that is not the humane thing to do. That's what you were referencing there, true?
Well, the question was whether was it required that we have it, like it was some kind of protocol.
Correct.
Well,
It's not true.
it's the standard of care to have conversations with family members about life-changing events that are happening when they're critically ill.
It's not required by the protocol or regulation in the state of Wisconsin.
It's standard of care.
Statute.
Right, sustained.
Okay.
Just wait for the next question.
You were asked a question about I think it had to do with the NG tube, the term small bore. And I want to make sure I understand that. Describe the small bore as that's the circumference of the tube that's going in. And it's you said it was tiny.
It is tiny.
Okay. And
Like spaghetti. It's a little bit bigger than a piece of spaghetti.
okay. And are there different bores, like small bore, larger bore?
There's different circumferences of these kinds of feeding tubes. There's specific.
Or I think you said is specifically designed to be tiny, so it's easier to put it in and out, doesn't cause as much trouble.
Correct.
Okay. There was a question or some questions that were brought to you about whether or not standards changed or nursing standards changed due to COVID. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, nursing standards did change because of COVID. For example, one of them you mentioned was giving a report, because you couldn't do that with COVID, right? That was one example.
The standard is to give a comprehensive report to the next shift.
Right.
The gold standard is to do it at the bedside if you can. But that doesn't mean that the standard of giving a comprehensive report between two nurses was compromised at all during COVID.
And in fact, today you will have family members oftentimes in the room and you can talk to them face to face. And prior to COVID, you could do that as well.
Yes.
Right. Okay. But during COVID time, that wasn't the case, was it? You couldn't do that. You yourself couldn't.
You could do that with a great deal of effort. If you wanted to do it, you could do it.
You didn't do it when you were taking care of patients, did you?
ICU that I worked in had glass, and we were able to do quite a bit more because of our interaction with each other through the and that's kind of a non-issue, but bedside reports are a lot easier in that environment because you can point to things that are going on in the room. The idea with bedside report is that you're actually looking at everything in the room, and then you're having interaction with the patient as well. But you can give a good report without being at the bedside.
Well, I was something a little bit different in the report. And that another thing that did change with COVID is the ability of having family members present in the room. During COVID, you didn't have that routinely, whereas now you do. So that definitely is a change, isn't it?
But it's not a compromise in the standard of care.
Okay. So it doesn't really matter, having family in the room doesn't matter, it's one way or
I
another.
didn't say that.
Not a big deal.
I didn't say that.
I'm sorry, that's the way I interpreted what he said.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that it doesn't matter.
The last thing I have for you, I think you mentioned something about putting an entry in the records kind of a little bit later after a care is.
Yeah.
Okay. And is that something that does happen,
It does.
particularly in the ICU, because you're rendering care?
Oh, gosh, it happens throughout the system because of the electronic medical record.
Okay, so as I understand, like you said, you don't have a computer necessarily with you all the time. You don't have a dictaphone in your pocket, so you're rendering the care, changing a
We
bag.
wish we had that.
So what you might be doing is if you have to render care, you're fulfilling an order, you're giving a medication, and then you're doing all your cares, and then you may have to go back into the computer sometime afterwards and then make an entry, or just when you have time to get your computer.
Correct.
Okay, and that's not at all unusual?
No,
That's all I have.
like the idea of real-time charting, but sometimes it's impractical.
The reality sometimes gets in the way of the perfect, right?
Exactly.
That's all I have.
Attorney Guzzi.
Well, briefly, Judge, first, nurse signature, my apologies for being short.
Thank you, it's fine.
Thank you for your grace.
Of course.
You were asked a couple of questions about numbers of conversations. I think those questions kind of included both doctors and nurses.
Mhm.
Fair to say that you're not really offering an opinion on standard of care as the number of conversations or anything like that.
I'm not. I'm not.
No. Okay, do any members of the jury have questions based on that? Okay, Ms. Eichinger, your testimony is complete, so you can step down. You're free to leave. If you could just keep the exhibits there.
Okay.
All right,
I will
thank
do
you.
that. Thank you.
Well, what I'm going to do is sort of make an executive decision at this point. We're going to be done for the day because we're not going to get done if we were to stay here till 5 anyway. And so instead of starting an hour and then carrying it into the morning, and I don't want to favor one side or the other on that. So if I were to ask them, I'd probably get 2 different answers. And my thought is just stick to the schedule that we told you we're going to follow. I was hoping that if we were to be able to finish that witness today, it would help in a lot of ways in managing the trial. But if we get halfway through it or partway through it, it's not going to make a difference. And there's no way, based on what the attorneys have told us, that we're going to finish in the next 45 or 60 minutes. So we'll be finished for the day. Just a couple of things. First off, tomorrow will be another normal day. And so we'll start at 8. And I think there's going to be anywhere between 1 and 3 or 4 witnesses, and the attorneys that have those lined up. Yeah, we'll be done tomorrow by 4. I apologize, I threw that on you today. There's just, when somebody's resting a case, it's a big deal for us because it changes the dynamics on things that I need to do. So I was hoping to be able to get that done today, and then tonight I'd have an opportunity to work on it. But so that's the only reason. So tomorrow we'll be done at 4 no matter what. And I appreciate you giving me that leeway today. Thanks for your time and attention today. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Just a reminder not to discuss it with anyone, including each other, and no folks should stay in the jury room. The jurors are excused. All right, everyone can be seated. This is a hearing outside the presence of the jury. There are a lot of objections on those questions. I'm not going to go through them one by one. Exhibits 529 through 537 with jurors' questions. And I'm talking about the objections that you wrote on the sheet. there are two things, so I'm going to allow everybody to make a record of those objections, but I'd like to just indicate, Attorney Guzzi, during the questioning, you had asked for a sidebar, I think, or to be heard, I think is what you said, and I didn't allow that. That had to do with Exhibit 535 and the question to the witness about when are these conversations sort of expected to happen? Are they required to have multiple? And then the witness, I think, was answering about the difference between requirement and standard of care. Clarified it. I think Attorney Frankowiak, you went into it in a lot more detail than that during his witness. I saw you sort of frowning or wincing, Mr. Guzzi, but anything you want to say regarding that issue?
That's new. She talks about.
Yeah, and let me just, because gold standard is gold standard, but that's not the standard of care. And she didn't say that. And then I distinguished it. Well, I at one point, because that was the difference with COVID versus non-COVID times, which is a different set of questions. So on this one is what I'd like to deal with first, and then we can deal with the gold standard if you want. Sure. My notes when you asked to be heard on it had to do with this witness talking about the DNR. Our conversations required are how many times, what's expected. So the jurors said, when are these conversations expected to happen? Are they required to have multiple? So the juror used the words expected and required. The witness answered it in terms of required and standard of care. And then my kind of rephrasing it was distinguishing between standard of care and required. And that's when you jumped in and said, if you'd like to be heard.
Quicker. Except those were objective. I think I got what I needed out of us. My perspective, I do not think from the record.
Mr. Frankowiak, anything on the additional record?
No.
Okay, you want to talk about gold standard and standard of care? I don't think there's any reference, Mr. Guzzi, by this witness or by anybody that the gold standard is the standard of care. And I don't think it was confusing and I don't think it's inappropriate for your experts if they want to testify to gold standard. So I don't think there's anything wrong with saying what the gold standard would be. It would, yeah, and I agree with you if the witness would suggest that that's the standard of care. And in this case, her answer was that it would be the gold standard, but the standard of care. So she distinguished it in her own answer. The last thing I want everybody to know is the only question that I did not read was on exhibit number 537. It says, would these be part of St. Elizabeth's breach problem objected to by both defense attorneys? I think that's sort of assuming that there was a breach problem, and I agreed with the objection. So anything from the plaintiff on why I didn't ask that question?
Is there a prelude?
Yes, and I might have asked it or changed it around a little bit, but based on her answers, I just didn't think it was applicable. But it's the whole paragraph, which is the second set of like 3 sets of questions on this note, says, please explain a typical nurse's follow through or continued care process when one is not planned to be present in shift changes. Explain processes that you or nurses use to check patient information to begin a shift. Will be part of St. Elizabeth's breach problem. So her answer was, you're always going to be present for the shift changes. Like there's not an exception not to be. And I don't think that's an issue here. I haven't heard that they have. The second part that says explain processes that you or nurses use to check patient information. She gave information on how you can check charts, about how she has a card with those squares on it. So that's where she was going. And as she was talking about that, I thought, well, I think that's enough information about what the jurors should do, and you guys can argue if that was satisfied or not satisfied in arguments, as opposed to asking her about breach issues. I also went back during the time that she was talking about the cards, and out of the opinions that she offered in her 2 reports, none of them talk about nurses or people at St. Elizabeth that didn't communicate with one another. Talks. Okay. So I will receive those exhibits. Mr. Francoya, did you get a chance to go through exhibit 70?
Yes, I guess they've seen, the jury has seen these headings. These are the headings on the various breaches. I guess on my previous objections, I think the second breach, I think I objected to it initially because I thought ultimately preventing timely resuscitation efforts is something that she said that she could not deal with. And I think I also objected to the 4th, the 12th, and the 13th because they were either new opinions or because they were, she was not qualified to deal with them. And certainly the 12th and 13th I thought were new opinions, and I put that objection on the record. I still think they're new opinions, but they've been given, so I don't have any other.
And I grant that with Nurse McGinnis. And then just so we know, did you say the second opinion is where you started your objection? And I think a nurse can make efforts to resuscitate, which is how that's defined. So I think we talked about that this morning, but she has the ability to offer opinions about efforts to resuscitate, as opposed to the percentages of survival or not there was a chance of survival. Correct. At least that was the ruling this morning. So 70 will be received. The clerk will get that from you. 73 has been marked. We received the copy that you had emailed Mr. Mendenhall. So that's received. 71 and 72 were discussed redirect. Mr. Mendenhall, are you offering those?
Yes.
Okay, so any objection from defense of those 2 exhibits?
No.
All right, that's received. We had a sidebar during that last hour and a half session. It had to do, I think, Mr. Francoyak, you object and asked to be heard, and it was the issue about, or maybe it was you, Mr. Administrator, you wanted to use deposition transcripts from this witness and her providing answers to Attorney Francoyak at her deposition. You sat up here and read it to me. I made the decision that it wasn't a new opinion and that you'd be allowed to offer it. Attorney Francoyak, in response to that, you indicated that you thought my ruling was inconsistent with my earlier ruling last week when I dealt with the deposition and went through discovery and admissibility. And I told you during the sidebar I thought that was 2 different things. In this case, the objection that you had was it was a new opinion, not that it wasn't admissible. And in fact, it's not a new opinion if she provided it to you during deposition testimony many months ago. Attorney.
Well, that's it for today, guys. We're going to go over and raid Viva Frey. Bear with me a moment while I set that up, and we'll see you guys all tomorrow.